money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Low key, I'd say I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly, and with the drama tell 'em miss me. Won't ever let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? I got a reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly, just based on my history. Been on a take them flights, a different side of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around, don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us?
got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shake and bake. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
but it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, you got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. Get on up with the feeling. 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 Now listen to the music as I bring you to the light. You can stop to see if you just open your eyes. All you funky people, just join the funky line. You're a groove, make your soul shaker. Everybody sing along. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling.
Bitter, sweet, fiery heat, whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go. 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 I won't let go.
me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Because I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control.
Got a chateau in the mountains that change. Jet set through the islands that change. Zip codes like it is nothing. Top 10K first class on my side bang. Shorty went viral on a TikTok. Got 'em doing moves in a big mouth. Rocking their head doing pop like 20 million streams so she won't stop. Can't stop. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night. Oh, we light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. Only show me love, I don't clap back. Homie got a catfish face, so you can have that. Topping hits on hits, can you handle that? Lose it all on a high stakes blackjack. Bet big trip, even in a lockdown. Big tips, only with the fans now. My click, pull up with the top down. We keep it going all night. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night. Oh, we light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah.
We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your matter, your matter. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your matter, your matter. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your matter, your matter. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your matter, your matter. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your matter, your matter. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, 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 your matter.
Be delicate, gentle, precise. Calm down. Why are you trying so hard? Isn't this too much for you? Aren't you scared? Don't play, don't compete, stop complaining. Whatever you do, it'll never be enough. Greatness comes from within. Just wait and see.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Game Changers. We saw a very exciting stage 1 and it's time to find out who is going to be taking home the crown in stage 2. I'm your host Sue and joining me today is, I don't know if you guys are both down under, I assume you both are, but it's Pilski and Sam. Who is more under when it comes to the down underness?
Definitely
I think
me.
It's Pilski.
But
Yeah.
you know what? At least south of the equator, I think that's at least a pass for you, Sam.
Yeah, I mean, Pilski's down under, he's down with the sickness, like, he's just got a lot going on right now. I'm just cold.
Oh no, don't say that, don't say that. But speaking of cold, here is the ice cold voice of Midgeman in our format explainer.
Welcome to VALORANT Game Changers, EMEA 2024. In 2023, we were proud of our Game Changers players excelling in VALORANT Esports. In 2024, our focus remains on encouraging more women to step forward, shaping the future of VALORANT by offering increased opportunities and highlighting explosive talents within our community. It all begins with the Kickoff Open Qualifier, where 128 teams battle it out in a single elimination bracket for 8 coveted spots in the Kickoff Closed Qualifier. There, they'll face off against 8 of the top teams from last year's Stage 3, competing in a double elimination bracket where only the top 8 teams can move forward into Stage 1. This year, we've updated the tournament format for stages to 10 teams, intensifying the competition and casting a brighter spotlight on players. Stage 1 features the top 8 teams from the Kickoff Closed Qualifier, joined by 2 invited teams, BBL Queens and G2 Gozen. Of course, more glory also means more risk, with the 2 last place teams of each stage to be relegated to Contenders. Contenders is now the pathway for the best talents to prove themselves and secure their spot in Game Changers. To claw their way back, the 2 relegated teams will battle it out against 30 other teams coming from regional tournaments or open qualifiers. The top 2 teams from Contenders will earn their spot in the next stage of Game Changers. This entire process repeats for Stage 2 before the ultimate victors are decided in Stage 3. Want in on the action? Open qualifiers are your gateway. Players must be at least Platinum 1 or above to sign up. Keep the key dates and the sign-up dates in mind. With so much action planned, mark your calendar because you won't want to miss a single moment. Follow us on socials for the latest updates and get ready for an epic year with Game Changers EMEA in 2024.
And of course, we've reached the playoff stage now of stage 2. And the points are starting to become very important. As you guys can see, Sam, G2, they were off to a great start in stage 1. But we have to mention, by the time you get to stage 3, the points don't matter as much if you can just win the entire competition and go directly to champs.
Absolutely. So for G2, for them it's always a little bit of a statement, I guess. You know, you want to win every stage, you want to go to champs, you want to win champs, right? You just want to have it all in your back pocket. But for all the other teams, if you don't do well this stage, if you didn't do well last stage, this is where you have to potentially make up for that with that direct qualification. Of course, G2 leagues ahead of everyone else at the moment. Falcon's not too far behind, but the gap begins to get wider and wider. So teams this season are going to be a little bit under pressure to start building up those points if they can't win and get the direct invite.
Yeah, I think even looking at a team like BBL Queens, it's considered a pretty stacked roster, bombing out early last season. They'll want to turn around their fortunes, and already they're off to a good start. Of course, the stage 2 points that we see here is what they've accrued so far, but there's still a lot of points up for grabs. So we'll see how much further through the bracket a couple of these teams make it.
Yeah, of course, it scales as well as we go through stages 2 and 3. But also just really quickly to let you guys know at home, we will not be playing on the crazy new patch, Pilski. The map pool is still going to be the same.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, mid-tournament, you don't want to have to undergo and adapting to a new map, and especially all the crazy things. I was playing ranked today. I've never been, you know, slid out so many times for sure. No one's sliding in my DMs, so it was definitely a new thing for me, and I'm not sure I was totally comfortable with it, to be honest.
Wow, that went in a direction. Yeah, some serious changes that have come through recently, not only for Neon, but for a few of our duelists as we've seen. So a lot that would need to be kind of caught up on. And as you said, right, Haven coming back into the mix as well. Plus, we've got a new map just around the corner. If you had all of that going on at the same time, this would be pure chaos for the ladies. So thankfully, we're gonna run it back, and we're gonna maintain the stable pre-patch so that these ladies, all their prep doesn't go to waste.
I do wonder though if they're just going to ban out the breeze or not wanting to go there, because in the past we've seen ahead of a new patch where the map pool changes, the teams are already kind of a couple of steps ahead. But before I get ahead of myself, let's take a look at the bracket, because usually we look at the bracket and it feels like, oh, my pick'ems are ruined, etc. But Sam, this has got to be like a very predictable bracket so far.
Yeah, I think that it's making a lot of sense. You know, Falcons having a little bit of a disappointing run, but you have to bear in mind last season, yes, they did do the upper bracket run all the way to the upper bracket final, but it was G2 who dropped them, and G2 that they lost to in the final. So it makes sense that it's G2 that drops them into the lower bracket here as well. Heroic had a really bad day at the office yesterday, so I'm hoping that today they've come through and they're feeling a little bit more confident, a little bit more in the mental. But then Odd One Out and NASR, you know, these are two teams that have struggled, so to see them going down into the lower bracket, no big surprises overall, as you said.
I think as well, just to mention, you know, we saw Valiant go out in groups and not even make it into the playoffs after a top 4 last season. I'm sure that will have been a little bit disappointing for that core of girls who had a really, really good run, and obviously Focus is out of the tournament as well after they made playoffs last season. So a couple of new names in here, or you know, even cores of players who might not have done as well last season that are looking to do a little bit better. And I think it's already crazy that we got a grand final rematch in the opening round.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit crazy, but I want to give a special shout out to KC, because obviously having to go through contenders, they brought a new player in. I say new, Roxy, a player that we all know and love, but they're looking very good. They're looking much better than they did when we saw them last time, Sam.
Yeah, Roxy and Glance back together, you love to see it. I think there was heartbreak for everyone when Roxy was benched, but when we looked at the new roster, as much as it hurts to say, it made sense. And unfortunately, she didn't really have an opportunity in the previous split. Now, she's back with a brand new roster, and as you said, doing so much better than they had done previously. It's just these small little moving parts, you bring them together, and things start to make a lot more sense. We've got a few other teams that have similar stories coming into this season, so you can really start to see how the teams are fleshing things out and getting prepared for the last 2 stages.
Yeah, and let's just quickly move on to our match here for the day, because it will be Falcons versus Odd One Out. We just have to address probably one of the biggest piece of news that we have ever had in Valorant, not just Game Changers, in all of Valorant. That was Mary stepping away from the game, but Pilski, she's back.
She is, yeah, and I guess this move is, as long as she wants to play, kind of a no-brainer. I'm not too surprised to see Falcons making blockbuster moves like they do in other esports titles as well, and, you know, picking up probably the best duelist in the EMEA, maybe the best duelist in the world, who's already got a lot of experience, has consistently put up numbers all the time, and also it kind of stays somewhat true to Falcons, you know, identity, at least keeping a core 3 from Middle Eastern countries, I'm assuming, which I guess is somewhat important for the org as well. Should be interesting.
I'm just glad to see her back in the server, because she was one of our huge talking points when she came into the Game Changer scene, because she was it felt to a lot of people unfamiliar with the women's scene. Like, she had literally come out of nowhere. Then she left. Now she is back. And we also have this, like, comparison. You can see this, like, the slightest, and I do mean slightest decline. But let's face it, she's been out of the running for a few months. She's back, and to still be putting up numbers of this caliber, even now after a break, that just goes to show how insanely good she is.
I mean, this is the thing. I think, Sam, you and I were talking about this. The debate about who is actually the best player we have in GC, and the fact that Mary and Fluorescent did not exist in the same era really kind of blows my mind, but fortunately they do now. But really quickly, before we move on, let's talk about, you know, what can we expect from Mary? Why was she one of the best Pilski, and how is she going to be able to influence not just this team, but honestly the scene as a whole?
I mean, she's got a ton of experience, and she really delivers a lot of entertaining. I mean, she's just that classic FPS player who's aggressive, plays well inside a structure, and just has a ton of impact. She just gets a ton of kills. It's constant highlight reels, and she's a very, very good asset for a team, because not only she got that experience and she knows how to perform in big games and pressure environments, but she's just going to put up numbers, and you can build a team around that.
Yeah, as long as she's got the support. And what I love about Mary is that she's pretty versatile as well. There are some duelist players that we've seen in the past that have succeeded in a particular duelist meta, but the moment they've had to play on another duelist, things start to struggle. They start to look a little less strong. Mary, on the other hand, no matter what agent you put her on, no matter what duelist you set her on path for, she will figure it out, and she will absolutely perform.
I mean, she's a special player. I feel so honored to be able to throw to this video, because I got to interview Mary again after a very long time. So take a look at this. Well, it's been a while since I've had the pleasure of introducing Mary, of all people, to the broadcast. Hi, Mary.
Hi,
welcome
Sue.
back. It's been a while. What have you been up to?
Nothing. Just like finishing up
Absolutely nothing?
school. No, I mean, obviously going out with my friends and having fun, you know, just living life. We finished, so that means we're back to playing. There's some challenge now, so.
Yeah, it's things have been progressing while you've been away. I
Oh,
have
yeah.
to ask you though.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have to ask you, what made you come back? What was the decision that kind of allowed you to come back?
I mean, honestly, it just seemed right. Like, I wasn't gonna like waste this opportunity, especially if I got it again. And like, you know, for me, this feels like a humbling moment, because I was in a really good team, and like, you know, now that I have to start not really start all over again, but you know, individually, you know, I have to like rework on myself to get there again, and we'll get there as a team, hopefully, as in champs, and hopefully win this tournament.
How tough has it been for you? Obviously, adjusting to the meta again, adjusting. There's been new maps and new
Oh.
agents since you've been
I mean-
away.
I mean, it wasn't that hard. I just had to like play the game and like see what's really going on. So, I mean, yeah, it's fine.
And what about for the rest of your team? Because there's also been some role adjustment. Obviously, you coming in and taking the duelist.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we didn't really have that much time to practice, but I feel like, you know, we're adjusting and everyone's really like fitting in. So, that's fine.
And what's the solution to this? Obviously, you have to come in and readjust. The team has to readjust around you as well. What have you guys been doing to try and make sure that you do make this work?
I mean, just practice overall, you know, and see like what's not working for us and what's working for us. But I mean, everything happened so quick, you know. I graduated. I took a plane right after my graduation to, you know, come to boot camp and to play. So everything has been like so hectic for me. But I mean, like we're managing, and it's fine.
Are you enjoying the game?
Yeah, oh yeah. I was just playing ranked today and I saw the ISO buff. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Let me get you some takes from you real quick before I let you go, because again, since you've been away, there's been like new stuff added to the game. So anything that you felt like has been particularly challenging for you, or maybe anything that you've really loved about how the game has changed?
I mean, I think my biggest challenge right now is myself. Like I just have to like, you know, put more effort into the game and play the game, and I feel like I'm gonna be in really good shape to, you know, perform better, hopefully.
I mean, Chamber's been completely butchered since you've been
Oh,
away as
yeah.
well. So
Oh yeah. Please, Valorant, please buff Chamber, please. Thank you.
You want the chamber buff?
Please. Maybe for champs, you know? Like, if they would actually do it for champs, I'd be like the happiest human being ever. So, you know, think about it, Valorant. Please.
I don't think you need any more buffs, Mary. I feel like you've been back as already a good thing as in itself. But thank you very much for joining me, and best of luck for your game today.
Thank you.
I mean, she said it's going to be a challenge for her this time around. But this is the thing, though, Pilski. While she's been away, the girls on Odd One Out, they've been grinding, albeit not on the same team, on different teams, and so on. Do you think that they'll be equipped to take on this challenge today?
I think so. You know, they built a bit of resilience. They lost in first round of contenders and ground it all the way back to qualify after beating Gamax, who are looking pretty decent in contenders. Then they go 3-1 in groups, and they've shown they can already beat G2 2-0, which for a team like Falcons, who lost to G2 pretty routinely, when you're in the lower bracket and you're trying to secure yourself those safe points, that's a little bit scary, actually. This could be a dangerous team for them.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what they can do. But let's take a look at the map, Veto, because Sam, as you know, traditionally, the team that goes through contenders, they have a buff. They've had the reps. They've been on the server, grinding, and so on. So, again, as we look at the Veto, what are some of the advantages you think they could potentially have over Falcons?
Well, obviously, they've got to see what Falcons were capable of in the last stage, and then, as you say, you go into contenders knowing what your opponents are going to be looking like in the future. So, you know, they've got that little bit of extra knowledge, that little bit of extra tape, because contenders doesn't get broadcast as robustly as GC EMEA does itself. So there's that little bit of informational buff, but I'm looking forward to seeing what the maps are going to look like, because there's a lot of options here, and with the breeze going through, that's a little bit of an interesting one. Falcons had been banning bind more recently, so they've allowed it through for Odd One Out to potentially pick into, which could be a little bit dangerous. They don't have the best stats on that one, but neither do Odd One Out. So if they do pick into it, it would be a little bit risky. Oh, well.
Looking at Sunset getting picked there by Falcons. That's one that Odd One Out's played a couple of times, but haven't really played any top teams on it. Odd One Out picked Bind, which is an interesting one for me, Sam. I'm looking at the fact that Falcons have not played it recently, and Falcons is going to go ahead and pick Attack on a map like Bind, which could be quite defensive-sided with no official reps on it. That could be a scary one when you're up against elimination in the lowers here.
Yeah, like I said, you know, they had been banning it, so to allow it to be picked in and then have it come through, it's really tough to call how that's going to go, but Odd One Out don't look great on it either. They've only played it 3 times, they've won it once, so not fantastic. The Lotus float, however, that for both teams, they're fairly comfortable on. They've floated it a few times over the course of Stage 2, so there shouldn't be, you know, anything major there. I will say, just in terms of raw statistics, Falcons have won the Veto.
Oh, okay. I mean, honestly, I kind of agree with you as well. This Sunset is going to be very interesting. It's going to be a strong map for the side of Falcons. But I'm looking at the agent select because we're going to see it in just a moment. Are we going to see a Clove? Do you think that Odd One Out could pick it here, Sam?
On Sunset? Yeah, I definitely could see that happening. I've started coaching a team as well. I love Clove on Sunset. I think that they have so much fantastic utility that you can really take advantage of. And it's kind of baity. It's kind of like running a breach on Sunset. You want to go for those like crazy trap plays. The revive is also something that's kind of like gimmicky. But if you time it right, if you let your teammates bait off of you, if you play into that gimmick, it can work really well, particularly so early on in the agent's life cycle.
I think, the breach comp being run there by Falcons is a lot more standard. Odd One Out's playing something a little funky. And actually, I think there's going to be a couple of curveball, little funky comps being played on a couple of these maps here. So, as you mentioned there, Yinsu, there you go. Clove is going to come in, and you've got the Neon as well. So, they're all ready for the next patch here.
Yeah, this whole Veto just across the board is super interesting to me. I think knee-jerk reaction, I'm kind of favoring Falcons a little bit here. I love the Gecko. I think that brings so much utility. You add that along with the Breach, which again is a little gimmicky, but the trap plays can be absolutely devastating. Over on Odd One Out, I like the Neon. Unfortunately, not going to have that crazy buff just to add into it, but it feels like maybe Odd One Out are planning for the patch, you know, getting ready for the crazy Neon shenanigans that could come through here. I'm not a fan of the KO so much on Sunset. I feel like he doesn't get as much value, but I you know what? I reserve my judgment until we actually see how it plays out.
I'm so excited for this. We get to do a Clove on day one. We're just back. Mary is here. I feel I'm in a great mood. I can't wait to just jump into it and get flashbanged even more in my room as well. So thank you very, very much, Pilsky and Sam. For now, let's just bring your casters in for this elimination match. It's Mitch and Ash. Can I do a mash? Will you accept that?
Oh, what do you think, Ash? I'll let you have the final call on that one.
Listen, well, you know what? I feel like it works with your mashed potatoes. Huh?
Ooh,
huh?
Okay.
Yeah, you can get on the same page with that? Yeah?
Let's lock it in. Let's get a poster. It's happening. It's great to be back with you, Ash. It's been a little while since we got to share the mic together, and I'm happy to run it back here on GC. How are you feeling about today's games? I mean, we've had some mixed results in that upper bracket run. First game, any favorites?
First game, any favorites? Oh, I do have to agree with the desk that I do think that this veto does lean over towards the side of Team Falcons Vega this time around. Because when you're looking at the fact that we're hitting Sunset, sure, bind, Team Falcons Vega, they haven't shown their hand on it, but that's also an advantage of its own. But heading into Sunset as our first matchup here, I do actually think that there could be maybe some of that kind of surprise factor coming out for Odd One Out, in the fact that they are running this less traditional composition that could take Team Falcons Vega off guard, depending at the type of momentum they go into these rounds with here.
Yeah,
most definitely. I mean, we're going to get to see this one kick off in just a moment. And for Falcons Vega on that attack side on Sunset, it looks like they're going to be gearing up for a little bit of B main pressure off rip, but there's a camera to contend with, so nothing too pacey with Cam left back to watch the mid push. A is a little bit open. There could be some problems stirring up there later on, but the pace doesn't seem to allow time for it. Running into the B setup, Cypher traps waiting. I'm not sure though if Odd One Out are going to actually contest this.
I mean, it's more of a stall out kind of setup rather than keeping the sights right off the gate. Fluxy able to get the first. Just quickly backing off, play the retake with the team.
The right call. Just run the clock down a little bit more now. Attackers getting up in their face. Toki good for one, but dropped right after. Mad V wants to back off. Surely play more towards May. No, look, the flank going out from Sandra now. Instead, they want to buy time. Mad V goes forward, finds one. Now they run it down into 1v1 fights. Mad V on the second, leaving Jada all alone. And that flank, yeah, it's come in to very little effect. They haven't lost the site. It's not needed because Mad V held strong all alone.
I mean, it's Mad V, right? This is what we expect coming out from the IGL on the side of Falcons. But it's just the first round as well here. Interesting to see the protocols that we're looking at coming up from Odd One Out. They do seem to try to hold the back sight of B as much as possible before looking to regroup, sync up, and try to play that retake as a team. But I do have both concerns, I guess, about the composition here for Odd One Out here as well. Mitch, got to get your thoughts on it too.
Well, I mean, it's definitely one for the future. Odd One Out, Annie coming in on a Neon, something I absolutely adore for next patch. Not necessarily only because of Haven coming in. I don't know if you've seen the drop shot ability when you're sliding right now. Yeah, obviously it was addressed by the devs. It's not going to be there for too much longer. They're patching it out already, but it's scary right now playing a ranked game, let me tell you. But for Odd One Out, look, I think this comp gives them a lot of abilities in terms of dueling, obviously with Annie in the future. Right now, though, Clove, I'm 100% sold. I think it's insane the underusage we've seen of Clove. Sure, there are agents that do things better than them, but at the end of the day, like pistol rounds, healing back up, the smokes, being able to come back from the dead, and well, apparently there's a buff to the classic too, because that's a nice clean kill for Jada. Unfortunately, Odd One Out don't have a lot to work with, right? It's mostly just weaker pistols here or there. A couple of kills should be the most that they can hope for, but Fluxy's made it a little bit interesting. 2v2 and damage done to Mad V.
I mean, this is a solid start already here for the second round, at least. If Odd One Out, even if they can't clean it up, economical damage done.
Wait a moment.
30 HP for Fluxy.
It's not happening, surely. I mean, one shot to Mad V, sure, but the headshot onto Mary of all people that you have to take down first. Still that breach utility as well in the barrel for later on, but it's certainly not needed. Mary getting into the flow state for her triple kill in round number 2.
Nothing too surprising. And Mary's, again, one of those players that we're not going to be able to shut up about during this entire matchup. I think it was Sam who was talking about it on the desk. Like, she said that Mary did have a bit of dip in performance, but realistically, when you're comparing the numbers that we were able to see with the analyst desk earlier today, it really isn't that much of a drop in performance. Like, she was going with a 2.0 KD in the majority of her matches throughout stage 2 thus far. So, as to be expected, it's pretty insane how, despite her break from the game, she's still able to just come out and come back full force.
Just speaks to the natural ability of play, right? Like the understanding of the competitive esport, the competitive first-person shooter in general. And obviously the work that she puts in to be able to adapt to those new metas. Now, look, the damage done last round was pretty significant. A lot of weapons dropped, 2 players left alive. So coming into this, Falcons have 3 on pistols, a lot of weaknesses, and even then the rifles are bulldogs. It's going to be tough to find value, but I like their approach. You know, they went towards the B choke point all together as a unit. Looks like the same idea towards A now, with just that lurk from Sandra.
Ensuring that they can get as much value as possible playing together. You see the deeper angle here being played by Annie. Some of those shots to be fired. Falcons are going to expect this more aggressive angle, but a great read to fall back deeper in towards elbow.
Yeah, oh, a very good one indeed. If they didn't, that stun would have caught them, and immediately they'd be dropped by Mary. Instead, there's a bit more of a trade to it. Jada able to keep things in the favor of odd one out. The A site not yet given up. In fact, Jada moves to another angle, looking to compete for elbow, and the shot, it actually landed, but the concrete just about saves the day. Falcons are still in it, but Claudia's come in. The rotation, the backup is here. 3 kills for Claudia, and the round found for odd one out.
Absolutely gorgeous round, and a comfortable one here for odd one out as well. Playing together so well, and this squad, sure, they made that run throughout contenders together, but we have to keep in mind we did miss out on seeing odd one out during stage 1. This really is a new look for this roster with their 2 new additions, and from last year, it's only Jada who's carried over on this team, the IGL here for this Radiant team, who has made quite the name for themselves within Game Changers EMEA. But heading into our 4th round, ult starting to cycle up slowly for either side. Madden's just 2 off of the Rolling Thunder. They continuously work towards this ult orb towards the B main.
Rifles in play as well, right? Everything to work with here. They've put their money on the line. That last round was a write-off. Even still, needed Claudia to step up big before this could have gotten a little scary.
Here.
With rifles in hand, it should be a different game. Same play from Sandra, moving up through mid, trying to lurk and find that value, but spotted on market. Good cam in play.
They still don't know Mary's crossed over towards that left side, though.
No more secrets.
Oh, nice kill. Sandra dropped the lurk, not successful this time. There is that second player of Toki there. Try and provide that extra value. Having dropped Fluxy though, B site wide open. Aggression coming in. Mary wants to play right up into their spawn. And, well, they've decided to move a different direction. Odd one out through middle. Market challenge. And Toki, the second player who filled in this angle earlier now. Not quite expected, but Claudia's still able to drop her up close. Even the numbers make it more doable for Falcons. Now it's looking pretty rough with 2, no, 1 left alive. And it's only Ava backside, wrapping around after dropping Annie, leaving Jada on 5 HP, and Claudia tagged up too. They haven't got 100 between them, but half on the defuse already. Ava needs to run out, and running out of time. 2-2 we end up.
Jada had full faith in Claudia sticking that defuse here as we tie things up in this first map. And now we have the Rolling Thunder online, but Economy on the side of Falcons not looking to allow them to actually use it into this round unless they find some sort of early pick. But into these replays, I love how Odd One Out did make that attempt to kind of sync up, push into market together as 3, and play as a group, and that is what allowed them to actually find this round. Had they split up, it would have been a lot easier to try and isolate those 1v1s on the side of Falcons. But now we head into an eco round, and sticking together here over towards B. You can see this setup. Odd One Out. Fluxy is prepared for the Rolling Thunder play playing for that backside control with the trip.
It's a nasty one. Oh, I don't even think that's intended. Mary just happens to stop right before the trap. Either that or the reactions are godlike. Certainly are from Sonya. 6 Sonya, already good for 1, but, well, that's where it stops. Mad V, bullet to the head. The Sheriff gets an upgrade. Rolling Thunder comes into play as well, and that's got 1, but Jada from the side might just have saved her teammate's life, might just have saved the round, in fact, because everyone else falls. This could have gotten out of hand, but Odd One Out have put a bow on it.
That's expensive as well. I mean, sure, eco round, but to invest the Rolling Thunder over towards Market into the post plant very early on, Odd One Out were fortunate enough to have 3 players over towards Boba instead. I like the idea, though, coming out from the side of Falcons, attempting to convert this round, but Odd One Out, they were so diligent, so aware of the tools that were available to the Falcons to be able to counter that in their position.
A little over eager, I guess, with the Rolling Thunder not having the control for spawn, but at the same time, you get it right. In a round like that, you're going in thinking maybe we can take a couple rifles off them, maybe find an advantage, and as soon as that kill comes in from Mad V, they know there's a person in Market. It seems like that's your moment, right? Now is the time to shine, expand the ult, get in there and take the kills, but what a quick reaction from Odd One Out from Jada, I think it was, that swung out to get that kill, to deny Fluxy going down, to deny Market control to their opponents, which would have been huge. Absolutely gorgeous. And then you can understand why Falcons Vega called a timeout, though, after that, because it's a little chaotic. They make that spur-of-the-moment decision. It falls apart, and now they're going to sit back and go, okay, let's make sure that doesn't happen when we've got the rifles.
Yeah, sometimes you just need a moment to try and reset with the team, recalibrate, and get back on the same page in that kind of sense. And we're also considering the fact that you look at Odd One Out. We talked about it earlier about how the map Veto did seem to lean into the favor of Falcons, but we also have to keep in mind Odd One Out is the only team that has been able to take down G2 Gozen throughout this second stage so far, which says a lot because you're looking at the most experienced squad on the side of G2, the team that everyone's always looking to beat, and they managed to take them out in that 2-0 fashion. This is dangerous.
Ult's going to be used, though. Jade is not down and out, but needs some support. Hunted all the way down from the afterlife and back. And even Claudia falling. Sure, a chance for a second win, perhaps, but no teammates even close by to get that res. And, well, there's certainly a lot of enemies close. That has been a quick conclusion to what I assumed would be a much more drawn-out round. One player contacting up close with ult. The get-out-of-jail-free card wasn't so free this time. Good luck to Fluxy in this 1v5.
I mean, she would need an absolute miracle that's just not going to happen. 4K and Andalucia flawless on the side of Falcons. And sure, it was a Falcons timeout, Mitch, but I feel like in this round it was even less about the adjustments that Falcons was making, but you're looking at Odd One Out. They took, I guess, the solo duel here for Jada. The idea was that you have the opportunity to use that Clove ultimate to try and pick yourself back up. However, everyone else was a little bit behind the play. Needed a little bit more of that support early on because there was no cover to be provided there for Jada.
Yeah, that's exactly it, right? It's on Falcon's side, they see an opportunity and they just take every single fight that comes with it, right? Realize there's a player who's taken that step too far and don't let them get their feet back in order. I respect it. And now in the rhythm of the beat, they're back up to 3-3, tied up in a closer game. But Odd One Out, after their earlier failure pushing up, have decided to go for it yet again. No ult for Jada, but backup of Annie was there this time. Double face, and both of them fall. Falcons are so quick to punish this aggression. And, well, the blast pack is ultimately the biggest difficulty for Mary in this round because everything else came quite easily.
You can see how comfortable she is, too, just following up on the utility that Mad V's throwing out for her, but this lurk coming in from Sandra. Nicely done.
Yeah. Easily dealt with, but how much is that really going to spur you on to retake the site, you know? 40 HP on Fluxy.
Realistically, they just got to save, try and get some of those exit frags. They don't have the money to spare. They really need these 2 rifles to try and carry this through, especially when this match is just so close here, Mitch.
Well, that's it, right? You got to start to think about the long term, the ripple effects that can come into play. And I think for Odd one out realistically, you know, yeah, dropping those weapons for Falcons. There's only a couple rounds left to play for, but 5, you can definitely see the economy swing back in your favor. I didn't think they'd stick around this aggressively, but my God, the impact that they've had already is huge, and Fluxy just does not seem ready to let go of this corporeal realm, holding on for yet another, and leaving Falcons with only 1 player left. As far as economy damage goes, they couldn't have hoped for much better, other than a round win, I suppose.
I mean, that's great value for a save coming through, though, just forcing Falcons to spend a little bit more of that money, more of that cash flow. We do have Mary, who's been holding on to that showstopper. Not that she's really needed it whatsoever for any of these opening duels. She's been insanely consistent just taking that first fight. But you're looking towards odd one out. They do force up into this round alongside the weapons that were saved. And you do have that Hunter's Fury that's available here for 6 Sonya. She's playing these long angles, these lines that will allow for a lot of opportunities to try and tag it. You see her roaming around the map to where Falcons are calling for more of that presence. Great read with this lean, 4 stacked and leaning closer towards B.
Well, it looks like odd one out are starting to rethink that, though. And this is what happens when you pump the brakes on that attacking side. Your opponents just don't have the information, and unless they're going to play forward and aggressive, they're not going to get it. Claudia perhaps having a knife online soon, if I'm not mistaken. We could see that used towards B main for great value in an early rotation, but it looks like it won't be here on time. Showstopper's already being used. Mary has been the showstopper so far, and he dropped on the A site. The rest of the players realizing that that's not where the hit's coming in, right? They're sticking in their positions on B, looking to try and scrap them on the way through these choke points. I like Fluxy's spot, unexpected, catching Mary off guard. The ult goes through. Huge information to work with. Perhaps they can try to catch a player off guard now with Sonya making her way down through the market. Sandra just moments ago on the camera hasn't seen Sonya, and now the moment to strike, but Sandra just about gets out of the cam in time. Oh, that was a close one, but not quite close enough. With Fluxy all alone in the open, I think this one's already done.
She was absolutely keeping us on our toes for that. That was a great protocol with Toki throwing out that paranoia off the tap and Fluxy not having any options now. And a 4K here for Sandra to close out the round. Now Falcons, they have that opportunity to lead by 2. Odd one out. They'll be back onto some sort of half buy into this round. But I really like these set plays that were coming out from Falcons. They're very intentional with the utility that they're throwing, how they're looking to take space and set Mary up to clear out as much on the map as possible and make more opportunities here for the team.
I like the timeout usage so far as well. I think Falcons call it at a time where they're coming out of an eco into a rifle round, which is a little unusual, but again, I think they must have seen something that they wanted to adjust. An odd one out in this position. It's been a couple of sneakier plays. You're starting to see Sandra very activated on lurks, taking down Annie in this round, and even though the showstopper was burned up by Mary, all that really ruined this round for the side of odd one out was Sandra. The A pick moving back to market, securing that control, the cam for information, and then we saw those last 2 kills to close out the round as well. That's definitely one that is a bit more on the nose for why you should call this timeout. Odd one out need to figure out what's going wrong in terms of their global map control. I remember as well at the start of this round, the last one, they had 4 players on B, and there was a lot of stalling of should they, shouldn't they, go back, go forward, and well, because A was that little bit lighter, Sandra's able to take the space.
Very much so. Just playing opposite of wherever that Cypher setup is going to be on the side of Ottawa now. This time around, we see a bit of a fake look, perhaps. Mary on that solo mission over towards that B side, waiting out that 0 point over on A. And the one way that's just stalling them out. And you can see Ottawa now, they continue to creep up here.
Got one.
That they do. Finally, success is found on A main. It's Annie all alone going for that one with the ability to quickly get on out of there on the Neon. Not even needed. Just a standard back step, little shuffle through to the elbow, and we see Falcons look elsewhere for value. Now, previously it was Sandra sneaking through and finding a ton of space, a ton of value. This time, it's Mary that has to do it. Nade, blast packs still in the arsenal, but the main problem is going to be Sonya, presumably, so quickly able to pounce after this trap is triggered.
Oh, the one way to stall out. Great boss pipe to reposition at the very least. And everyone else is now regrouped with the team. You can see the cavalry on their way on the side of odd one out, running over towards this B site.
Yeah, they seem to have no doubt that this is where the play is coming through. And they're right. Correct call has been made, and the Gecko wingman will not be planting this time. Falcons have to go to plan B. Spike now down on site, and that's the drawback. Mad V and Ava both tagged extremely low, and well, now's a hell of a round for Sandra to step up again, but she's not going to find it through the lurks and the sneaky plays. 12 seconds to get 4 kills or so. I don't think they're going for it, and it's the right call. Fading out of this one, it was doomed before it began, especially like you said with those quick rotations that Odd One Out called into play. That is ultimately where this round stopped.
I saw the vision. I think Falcons were looking to, I mean, they did bait out that push out from Annie on the side of Ottawa out and Jada over towards that A side, expecting to maybe only find Sandra and try to isolate her, but with the fact that Sandra wasn't the one that they saw and got picked, that gave them that signal that, okay, something's a little bit off here, and you can't expect Mary to just be able to enter over towards that B site. Having that B main trip also still just stalling out the rest of the team when time is running so low. But as we move forward into the remainder of this half, straightforward play into elbow. We haven't really seen this out from Falcons.
Yeah, much more direct look to this, and would be a counter to what Odd One Out have been doing so far with the, 3 rounds, or I'll at least say 3 out of 5 of the last rounds. They push up on A main, either solo, duo, or solo again, and with Annie on the last one. This time, though, adjustment there for Odd One Out as well. Further back towards the site. KO ready to pounce. Claudia had some massive value on the quick rotations previously, but now shut down before she can even emerge from the smoke fully. And, okay, Sandra won't find the lurk value, but the advantage is still firmly in the hands of Falcons.
Precision kill. Absolutely is, with Mary recharging the paint shells as well to find another opportunity just to stall out this push back for a short recon to go out from 6 Sonya. Not going to spot anything in this 2v4.
No, there's no easy way to get this done for Odd One Out, and the stun just makes it even more difficult. Fluxy, well, see if you can match Sandra's 4K again. Would be much more impressive to be able to swing through these smokes up against all these players, time against you. Just heads up duels. Fluxy does well to start, but 45 HP. Surely a stray shot will take her down eventually, and indeed it does. Mad V the one to deal the death blow. 6-4 for Falcons. Not a bad attacking half so far, and still a few to play for.
Absolutely not. It's been pretty neck and neck thus far, but the second that Falcons can find themselves into these post plans, you love to see the way Mad V calls the post after that spike goes down, because it's so methodical in the way where they're playing so safe. They're guaranteeing that they're always playing off of either that fault line coming up from Mad V herself, or you're looking towards a paranoia out of Toki just to play off that tap, play off the chokes that they're expecting to funnel back in from. We move back over towards this A site once again here for Falcons.
Oh, everybody wants to fight it. Annie was Annie completely in the smoke? Maybe I missed it just as we swapped
out
over.
The back on the right.
Oh, what a disaster. She's dropped. Jada tries to fill in the space. You know, you don't want a player to go down for nothing, and you're caught in no man's land instead. They play aggressive, and again, the fight goes the other way. Odd One Out, struggling on this defensive side. They called a pause not long ago, didn't find the result, and now Falcons are steaming into the lead. Looks like we could get 7 already with that flank coming through. Fluxy has an opportunity. No, actually, Fluxy's decided to abandon the flank, and I might even see them go for a save at this point. Players so far away, one peeking in towards the spawn. This just looks like chaos for Odd One Out. And in the end, yeah, Fluxy's left to save because there's no one else to play with.
I mean, there is nothing that you could do if you're 6 Sonya, though. Falcons throw everything and underneath the kitchen sink at her over towards Ali. They're just guaranteeing that they would clear out those corners, aware of the fact that she was droning over from Ali and towards CT. But now we have that last round, and the money on the side of Ottawa now is not looking good whatsoever. I'm curious to see what they're actually going to be able to pull out as we see a second end of Luthia flawless here for Falcons.
Yeah, that's a really tough one, Ash. I mean, seeing the 3v5 where your money is in such a dire position where you lost a player to start with, taking a risk. Again, you have to do those things. And then Jada wants to try to make that risk worthwhile by going for it herself. Again, makes sense, but in the 3v5 locked out 1v1 aim tools with rifles that are very important for you to have, because otherwise, Stinger in this round, Bulldog, Guardian, Light Shields across the board. There's a lot of deficits to play with, and I feel like if there were more rounds to go in this defensive half, we would have seen another pause called by Odd One Out, but there is only the one left to play with here, and they come into this on Falcons with a showstopper.
That they do. At the very least, there is the overdrive here for Annie as well, but Annie is going to clear out so much space. Not going to find anything. This is always in these smokes.
Yeah, a chaotic battle along the backside, even more so as Mary doesn't clear the corner. The one spot left unchecked is where Sonya resides. But hold on, that V seems determined to pull this back into their favor. They've got the spike plans and play back towards main. Lots of steps heard there as well. They know there's presence in main. What they don't know is that Toki has stayed on the site, aggressive to try to find them on the way back through. Rolling Thunder catches Annie, and it's an immediate punish. The last standing Claudia. What can you do from here? You know, even if everything went wrong on site, Ava was ready to flank from mid. So there were safety nets on safety nets in this round here for Falcons, and a well-deserved 8-4 half.
Again, those post plants are terrifying to face up against here. Falcons, they have the ability to just... They're so measured in the way where they'll play some post plants super carefully. Very tactical in the way that they're playing super safe and just playing off that utility. And then they also know when it's time to change up the pace. They're not afraid to also push forward when they know that they can maybe catch the other team off guard and denying a lot of these lanes. But as we swap sides for Odd One Out, you're hoping for this pistol round to be a clean one to try and keep them in the game.
Well, yeah, absolutely right. You come in with confidence, change of half. How many times have we seen it, especially in recent memory? The change of half sees a completely different team step out of that tunnel. Well, Annie is certainly off to a pacey start. We didn't even see this level of speed coming out of Falcons. Then again, they don't have a neon, so it would be impressive. Straight up towards the elbow, good control, and Falcons, they're playing retake.
And this is where we expect to see this composition shine a little bit more on the side of Odd One Out. And Falcons, again, I like the way that they're looking to stick together 4 players over towards top mid, knowing that there's that opportunity for Annie to find these timings on the team.
Well, she's been spotted now. That timing instead becomes more of an arm wrestle, one that she doesn't quite have the brawn to take across the line. Too many players standing on the other side, but the spike will still make it to the A site. Odd One Out, grabbing themselves a plant. Looks uncontested. The nade, though, does go through, perhaps for some damage, leaving Fluxy on 13 HP after that engagement. An Odd One Out, backed into a corner. Jada's known to be in that spot. Mad V not looking to give her a moment to breathe. No matter what side Jada goes for, it's multiple opponents. Easy picks straight through the smoke. Not good for more than one, and well, Fluxy, I'm not feeling her chances there with that low HP. 9-4, and I think we're seeing that there's a reason that Team Falcons took down G2 Gozen on this map, and the scariest thing is their defensive half was 8-3 up against G2. So hope for Odd One Out perhaps relies on map 2.
I think their play style here as well on the side of Falcons just lends very nicely as a counter towards the composition that Odd One Out are running as well. The fact that they're not afraid to pull back, just look to regroup, sync up for these retakes, when again the timings and that kind of high octane play for Odd One Out is almost the ace in their pocket, right? To try and catch these teams off guard who might not be as used to playing against the speed of a Neon. The decay here is going to force Mary all the way back.
Oh yeah, a choice now to go through this smoke. Not a wise one, not one most players will take. Mary indeed doesn't leave Sandra in a bit of a tough spot though. Both angles need to be covered by her. Mary on the way to help, and does help out indeed. 2 kills, Annie and Jada, big players for Odd One Out dropped, and the chances plummet. It is only Sonya with 30 HP. Stray bullet could take her down, and there's going to be plenty of shots fired in that direction. 10 on the board for Falcons. They're looking immovable on the attack side, to be honest, and now on the defense, it could be even worse.
It really could. I mean, they're just snowballing right now. You're looking even at the scoreboard. 17 and 10 for Mary, sure, but then 17 and 4 for Madvi. Madvi has died the same number of rounds that they have lost to Odd One Out. You gotta keep in mind the Madvi magic.
Yeah, well, what a simple solution. Take down Mad V. If only it were easy. That would be a world of difference for Odd One Out. And you can see why Mad V's not going down, right? Look at the positions right now for Falcons. 2 players pushed up, aggressive, grabbing an orb with a bodyguard of Toki in case anybody swings. And if they do swing and take down Toki, there'll be a stun coming in quick as you like. And you're not going to be able to get out of there. Maybe Annie would, but the rest of you be in trouble. I love Falcon's setup. It feels really clean, and I'm assuming, much like their attack side, it's going to be that volatile display of changing setups where they're consistently moving from one side of the map to another, stacking it up, playing aggressive on different angles. Right now, though, a big challenge with Annie right up in their faces.
Oh, Madvi going for a bit of a solo endeavor over towards both here. Quite a bit of damage done, but not able to find anything.
Oh! Well, the damage has worked out nicely, I guess. The nade into a second nade. It's old-fashioned Raze gameplay here. The shots aren't landing. It's getting a bit awkward. The flash through from Ava. No, this round was looking fantastic for Falcons for a moment. It could have been the play back on the nade with Mary double nading them into a corner, but somehow Odd One Out have managed to scrap their way out of that position.
Lucky that those 2 players were tucked over towards the left corner. If they're on the right side, it was a bit of a different story. So shallow there, but head into the next round. Good damage done by Falcons. Odd One Out. Again, they have to continue quite comfortably for the remainder of this half. They do have the Hunter's Fury to work with this time around, but Mary's just one off that showstopper.
The danger in the back of their minds. And that space has been taken by Odd One Out, but this time a further back Toki. Good for 1 before Claudia drops in. Goes Ava! And a double! A 2-piece! Retreat to site, nice and safe. Spike down. And the flank now given so much value because these players are looking forward at what they assume is the push from Falcons, but no, the push came in from behind. Nice play by Fluxy! 2 kills on the run through the breach utility. An unexpected play. 24 HP left. Oh, and another headshot found. We're down to the 1v1. And yes, the showstopper is online, unlikely to be used. With 24, it's just 1 bullet needed, but Fluxy's been hitting those heads.
Fluxy absolutely has. But does she have it to clutch it out in this round? Trying to see if she can wait out some sort of timing. Mary's playing so patiently.
Fluxy's almost gambling on the lack of patience, right? Wants Mary to get curious. We saw it earlier, the defenders, when you don't give them information, what do? They move. They go somewhere else because it's not happening here. And the hope was that Mary would push into A, clear it, to see if this is where the play was coming through. But Mary wants to run that clock down just as much, is willing to let Fluxy be on the back foot. And to be fair, I would never think of clearing the position Mary's in right now. It's Fluxy that has to plant the spike, give away her position, and Mary's gambling on that. Now 8 seconds left, and the spike tap is heard. The space filled in almost immediately, and the decision from Fluxy will be crucial on where this is taken. Towards the backside at a predictable position, but with the camera above, that could be the small advantage to pull this across the line. Smoked off as well. The head spotted. There's the information to play with. Fluxy, I think, just heard it over voice comms. You saw her. And now up close, the boombot goes right past. Oh! Fluxy's got all 4. A sensational clutch for Odd One Out. And a heartbeat now finally found.
The Red Bull clutch, this might just be the momentous play that they needed to try and get back into this game mentally as a team, to try and drive that confidence forward. I actually can't believe that she got away with this. Like, she was aftershocked, she got 2. She turns around, gets another. It's just insane, the micro play that we saw coming out of Fluxy, the mechanics shining through. And now, Falcons Vega, the ones on the back foot on the economy for this round. They choose to aggress over towards mid, just claim this space early on.
I love this push out of Falcons with the weaker weapons. Odd one out, though. They've got those rifles, and look at how patient they are. Even with 120 on the clock, they haven't moved from their spawn. So aware of how Falcons are going to want to play this. I mean, being read like a book, you're seeing it on paper here. Annie, 2 kills, and they immediately realize we've been read. They know what's going down. They were waiting for it. Good flash. Although Sandra was waiting on the other side, behind the wall. Nice play to at least pull a kill back, but they're going to get rid of the rifle, throwing it over the wall so it won't be retrieved.
Yeah, just denying that ability to try and bolster the weaponry on the side of Falcons, who now all split up, but will probably look to sync up over towards short or alley. Free site for taking here for Falcons, or for odd one out, and for Falcons, there is still the opportunity to see Mary potentially throw the showstopper into this round.
Well,
there she goes.
Perfect prediction. Could buy a lotto ticket. And a nice shot, but the player already dead. Now, here comes the Sheriff, but not able to land the shot, and well, the chances now very much falling apart. Sandra, for a second I was believing in another big Sandra play, but it's not to be. 10-7, and an impressive resurgence from odd one out already. They've managed to rally together a couple of rounds that make this competitive again. Falcons, no doubt, will start to feel that pressure.
I do wonder if we will see maybe their second timeout being called here on the side of Falcons, but it's not going to happen this time around. Feeling relatively comfortable thus far, but ever since the full loadouts have come through here, odd one, it's been odd one out all the way. Great blind. Bit overcommitted into the molly, but it's okay. It happens. You get a little bit lost with where you are. Respect the fact that you see Annie just trying to make so much space, draw so much attention. There is an opportunity for odd one out to just walk in towards this B site with a lack of that Cypher utility here that's positioned instead over towards mid.
You are powerless.
Well, there's going to be nothing to play with on that defensive side. All utility canceled out. Might not stop Mary. Sandra, though, down to 30 HP will be quickly dealt with. They expect Mary to be in that corner. They were swinging through to clear it. Sonya loses her life to it, but it's worthwhile. The teammates filling the gaps. The rifles in the hands of odd one out, finding their mark again and again. But eventually, Jada goes down. Ult used. She's back from the dead, looking for another fight. Claudia on 17 HP, tucked in, waiting for the crossfire, but it never comes. Her teammates clean it up in the meantime, and 10-8 we go. I was starting to lose hope. I really was, but now we've seen odd one out claim as many attack rounds, in fact more than G2 did up against this squad. It's starting to get into a much closer game than I was expecting on map 1.
It's getting dicey. It's getting dicey. I feel like we may just be going all the way here, Mitch. And here's the timeout that we were expecting. Yeah. I feel like, we're going to hit that third map. Don't be surprised if we see some sort of overtime, because on Bind, sure, odd one out, they've lost like 1-2, I believe, on Bind, but it's been overtimes like every single match that they've played on that map. So I don't know. I think there is the opportunity to take it the distance here with how well these two teams have been matched here on this first map alone on Sunset.
And even then, if we go all the way to Lotus, the results, well, they're kind of back and forth, like we're saying, some close games. An odd one out up against KC goes to overtime. Obviously, Falcons against G2 goes in. It doesn't go so well, but it's G2 goes in, so I'll give you a little bit of a pass. Otherwise, decent map for them. So there's definitely a lot to look forward to in this series, and more so even now that we've seen these last 18 rounds, it being so competitive. And the best part, if you're an odd one out fan, Falcons don't really have a lot of cash to work with. This is not only a 10-8, but likely a 10-9.
And that opportunity to just get them even closer to try and take the lead, tying things up. Door closed early on here by Mary, but it'll be broken right off the gate. Odd one out speeding up towards this market side, but just looking to draw some of that attention. They fall back immediately, and you can see the rest of the team actually crawling over towards A. He's just jump spotting here. Looking to fall back, and you can see the rotation being called here now from Falcons.
I like the idea from Toki. Toki in on the corner. Bucky in hand. Stun goes through. Rate of fire down. I don't care. Not with a Bucky in hand. Toki's good for one. Paranoia used. It's not going to be a crazy play, though. Whoops. We don't want that angle. Little too long range for the bookie's flavor. Oh, Toki now has an opportunity. Oh, nice hit by Fluxy. A few random shots through the smoke. Down to 45. Upgraded weapon, though. Nice shot for Ava. Falcons starting to come ahead a little bit, and then they're put back in their place very quickly. Sandra, Ava, Mary, all down with only Toki, a player they know is towards the elbow, and that has been tagged down to 45. They don't have that information to work with yet, but after a bullet or two, it's going to become apparent.
Hey, I mean, you're looking at the fact that they're even giving the respect to Toki to run all the way over towards that B site in this 1v3, but that's where it gets dicey, because now there's this chance where Toki can isolate these 1v1 fights.
Don't make a fuss.
Not expecting Claudia around the corner. All good.
Can't win them all. 10-9 we go. A 1-round gap as predicted. Odd one out. Have managed to close it in, and now hot on the heels of Falcons. This is where things start to get a little bit spooky. Attacking side, plenty of cash to work with. Lots to fall back on, so they don't just get one shot at it. They can come back and find themselves fighting at 11-9, possibly even at 12. Well, presumably at 12, but it might not be as strong. For Falcons, this could slip out of their grasp very quickly. Their economy's not in a super healthy position. Bolts are coming online, and if they use them incorrectly, things could fall apart. Ava happy to take that trade, and the space now given up on A, filled in by Mary, pushing down on mid.
The rotation being called here out of on one out as well. See Falcons, again, they have back sight of B, but there's that opportunity for Sandra to fall back if necessary. You have two great retake ultimates that you on the side of Falcons as well, with that Rolling Thunder and the Flash in the hands of Ava, but Mary does not care. She's just going to still play forward. You see the Rolling Thunder coming out very early on just to delay this push.
Oh well. Delay this push or initiate Falcon's push, because right afterwards they start running it down. Sandra's taking a kill, boxing these players in, and there is no escape, no way back, only forward, only through, and there's no getting through this defense. Falcons putting a round on the board now, 11-9. Like I said though, on one out aren't going to come in and go, oh, we're going to take the classics now. Now there's still a chance for them to buy up, and ultis should be coming online. Big rounds ahead.
Yeah, opportunity to snowball in that kind of regard. But I like this look coming out from Falcons as we check into this replay. The fact that they look to switch up the map control a little bit. They were giving a bit too much respect on the side of odd one out to just allow them to kind of roam around wherever they'd like. And instead, they take the opportunity to initiate those engagements themselves, where Falcons have been so comfortable and confident in taking a lot of those fights and using that to their advantage to try and find a way to do that on the defense. Flash out to push past this one way. Great paranoia.
Oh, that stopped the push altogether. Although Toki goes out to punish on the back of it, and Jada is there. I think a few more players on odd one out in that angle than Falcons were expecting. They thought maybe it's the lone pusher, but no, there were plenty more. Fluxy weasels herself into a close position. It's being cleared, but only half. Mad V not able to fully check it, but traded out in the end, or so you thought. Not quite as clean, with Sonya returning one, and Falcons finding themselves on the back foot, locked out of the A site. That's exactly where the spike is on its way to.
Yeah, 2v4 situation. And you've also got the null command in case Claudia is really concerned about anything. Great concusses coming out to deny the angle early on over towards Mary.
Spike planted.
Even delayed. He delayed that plant just to try to force the fight. I wonder if they think Mary's a little overconfident that she would go swinging in for it, but she doesn't bite. Not this time. In fact, Falcons, as this clock runs down, they're not finding any opportunities. They're in a 2v4. There's utility for odd one out, post plant, Hunter's Fury, as well as, from their perspective, who knows how many other pieces of the kit are still in play. Call is to save. Falcons move towards the B site. They'll bring these rifles through to the next round, and I think this is another example of really good calling. I like the idea to take this one. We saw a similar situation, the 3v5 for odd one out, albeit the economy was in a worse situation. They spiraled into it trying to take the fights. Here, Falcons are willing to say, okay, you've got that round. We'll start again. We'll get you in the next one.
I mean, they're just so diligent to know that there's a potential 3 rounds looking ahead of themselves. If it does go to an overtime situation that they'd have to be dealing with here. Just ensuring that they have the economy to stretch throughout the remainder of this half if it does get to that point. And you also have, again, the null command not used by Claudia in the last round, available for that setup into the next. Have that opportunity to even deny that Thrash.
Doors closed, but then Gun walking through it. Very aggressive stance from Falcons. It looked to be punished by Odd One Out. The stun was perfect, but Ava was left unscathed, able to take the fight up from the top of middle. And the information for Fluxy, I'm not even sure it will point them in the right direction. They were hoping that B would be wide open, as it sort of is. The Falcons have grouped up a full 4, and that actually baits out Hunter's Fury. Baits, perhaps not the correct word, because it ends up doing damage and almost claiming a kill. Sandra survives. And now the ult comes in on the other side. Gecko seeking them out, and that is a free detain on Fluxy. Might not have even landed, but it doesn't matter, because the bullet certainly did. Damage done on the Claudia, now just down to 30 HP in a quick trade. Leaves her on 0. Sonya, chances to win this round are coming pretty close to 0. That smoke actually ends up dropping Toki. Defuse now being attempted. Echo's thrown at the wingman, but the spray is not good. Not close enough. Falcons now just 1 away from taking this map, despite a very close and very good fight from Odd One Out.
Yeah, I mean, that mid play was insane. You have the concuss paired with the KO flash coming through the smoke just to guarantee that it's a clean fight. But Ava just finding 2 there settles the tone of this round here as well. And that post plant, that was near impossible there for Sonya as well. You're looking at the one way, the smoke on top as well of that spike. And now you're looking at match point for Falcons. 2 rounds only needed for Odd One Out to try and secure this overtime. But otherwise, Mary's already pushing all the way down. Odd One Out playing so far back in spawn.
And Mary doesn't seem to quite care. Yeah, I think the confidence, like I said earlier, it looked like in some moments Odd One Out were waiting, expecting Mary to overpeak to take those fights. And I guess I see why, right? Sometimes she's just feeling it. And, well, a lot of the time she's going to hit those shots. This time, though, it doesn't work out. And so the advantage sits with the attackers. 2 rounds behind. They are going to cling onto any little advantage they can find. And with the numbers in their favor, they're looking to group up and play through middle. I wonder which direction this is going in the end, because it's like they were very convinced that an A play, an A aggression out of Falcons would come through.
I mean, you have the solo anchor on the side of Sandra over towards B, and then the 3 stack from Falcons over at A, which looks like where they're going to lean towards. Toki's playing solo in towards elbow, but does have the opportunity to try and reposition with those TPs. Madvy's poised and ready with the small line.
Oh, exactly as you said, it plays such a huge role. 2 for Toki, Ava on another, and they don't need to push. They don't need to keep going forward, because this attack is already crippled on the side of Odd One Out. It's got no legs to stand on whatsoever as the A side under pressure to flash through for Claudia, and it's not finding anything. Now Sonya, well, the same fate, but minus the flash. 13-10, and a beautiful stall at the end with that aggression out of Toki, hooked in the corner. The immediate response from Ava. I think that is exactly what we want to see from these teams and from Falcons. A commanding start, although there were a couple of bumps in the road along the way. Odd One Out made that very competitive.
They really did. It was pretty insane how dominant they looked as soon as those rifles came into play into the second half. But Falcons, they needed just a little bit more time to readjust. They found that confidence back in and realized that they were giving a little bit too much of that space. And once that adaptation was made, where they were finding a bit more map control and defense, it was smooth sailing from there.
Well, I believe Bind coming up next, and well, I'm excited to get into that one. Let's not waste any more of your time. Let's toss this one off to a break, and we'll see you guys back here in just a few.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take your life. Stand here and fight. You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take your life. Stand here and fight. They won't take your Every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
Yeah, you know, Odd One Out's comp is geared for an attacker half, so I did expect them to get a little bit more done on that second half, but Falcons kind of felt like they dropped the ball a little bit in some of those rounds. You know, I said it, they had a superior composition as far as I was concerned. They had all of the utility required to flush out, to flank around, to take control. I mean, I kind of mentioned it towards the end of the half, but they almost never retook B from B main. And you have to have that flank on, otherwise those retakes are damn near impossible. So a few misplays here and there, but ultimately they do clutch it out, which is the only thing that really matters.
They're kind of lucky they won both pistols, to be honest, or that game could have really gone south. I mean, especially after the massive clutches and massive plays that some of the Odd One Out players were making to be able to put them in position to win that many gun rounds on the attacking side, definitely left Falcons a little bit nervous that they were going to lose their map pick in this elimination series. Yeah, I think round 6 and 7, you know, they kind of made an adaptation after their timeout. They won the pistol, then they lost 3 rounds in a row. Coach calls timeout. They recognize, you know, this is not Omen comp, this is Clove. Smokes are shorter, and without, you know, things like the Gecko, it's harder to have those A main punishes, which is what Odd One Out really needed. But you could see Falcons made a read to very much just go dry contact, take these duels, have some supportive utility, or they would just fault line up and send Mary up with the satchels, and that set themselves up really good, well to be able to condition the other team to, you know, pressure A main or lurk up A main later in the half, and then go for some B hits, things like that, which set Falcons up really well to get this 8-4 in the first half. Then they take the pistol, and they're up 10-4 before some of those clutches started to come through, and Odd One Out made the game a lot closer.
And you could see that Odd One Out are kind of potentially reading into that possibility, particularly in this clip. You can see Annie has taken up so much space, way advanced forward, like she's almost waiting for this to happen, particularly because this is the second round that they had done this. So there's like an idea in your head, oh, this is likely to happen. And even then, even with the dry contact up, the swing, the double swing that comes through, and the fact that they're kind of winning their ones makes such a big difference. And that's one of the big things that I generally don't like boiling it down to that, but you have some serious hard hitters in Mary and Mad V, and if they're hitting their shots, I think Mary was like well over 25 kills by the end of that map. I mean, you have good strategic play plus being able to completely catch your opponents off guard and dismantle them, and you've got yourself a winning formula.
Yeah, let's talk about Claudia real quick as well, because this is somebody that has been around for such a long time. We know and love her, and Pilski, it's great to see her back in Tier 1 again.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, she's obviously won an EMEA stage. She's played overseas, and I think obviously having someone on an agent like the KO to kind of direct the flow of traffic, I would say, make reads off the knife, you know, be able to flash your teammates in on defense, or just be able to read what the defensive setup is on attack and call around that. Having someone with that much experience on an agent that can make a lot of decisions for the team is a good thing for Odd One Out.
I'd really like her to not be playing KO, but that's just like my personal agent bias coming through. But for a very long time at the start of that map, I was like, oh, okay, cool, it's Claudia versus Mary. Fair enough. She did kind of quiet down a little bit towards the end there, and I think that is kind of that previous experience, that kind of being able to take a back seat and start calling and try and regain some of that control that starts to come through. So unfortunately, yes, she did slow down a bit as the rounds went on. Not a lot, but a little bit, and she managed to bring them back a bit, but not far enough for the win.
Yeah, let's talk about this map that's coming up. Of course, Bind, the one that Sam, you were very surprised about, the fact the Falcons let through.
Yeah, it's weird. So at the start of the group stages, they were banning that out. They banned it out. Sorry, towards the end of the group stages and playoffs, they banned out Bind. Prior to that, they were banning out Breeze. And so to see them kind of ban out, or to not ban out Bind again, which has been their recent ban, which they don't have the best statistics on overall, was a bit weird. And so they allowed that to flow through for Odd One Out to pick into. Now you got to ask yourself, maybe it's a bit of mind games, because their stats aren't the worst, but it's definitely not one of their better maps. So maybe, you know, you ban it out a little bit, you hide your strats, and then you come through on this map during play playoffs and you absolutely smash everyone. Because Odd One Out, maybe they thought, oh, this is our chance. We'll pick the map they've been banning. But their stats on this map are not great by any measure.
I think Odd One Out, they've got a bit of a funky comp on this map, which is going to be interesting to watch. But I think their Breeze is a little bit more scary than their Bind. They've got a lot of reps on it, so I think that's why you've seen Falcons go in that direction. At the same time, though, they haven't had an official on this map, and that can be very risky in elimination series. And they've chosen to start out on the attacking side, which, being self-starters on Bind attacking side, you're running into a Cypher comp. That could be something that's a little dangerous to play with if you're not able to find the right solutions and play around it well.
This is the thing, though. It could always be a trap. We've seen it before with other teams where they let something through because they're aware that their opponents might just instantaneously ban it. And Falcons, of course, are already 1-0 up in this series. They're sitting in a great position to go through. And as we take a look at the agent select, what do you guys make of this?
Another Neon on Bind? I don't love it. I would have preferred like a Yoru, and I think that Yoru synergizes really well with the Sova. I actually quite like Sova on Bind. I think that he's an agent that is rather underutilized on the map. So you throw in a Yoru in there, you got 2 flashes. I think that makes the comp so much more robust. I don't know that the Neon necessarily synergizes well with the other agents in this composition. So I remain unconvinced. I don't know about you, Pilsky.
This looks like they copy-pasted a comp from a different map, and I don't know if I like it either, to be honest. Falcons, we haven't seen them play this comp, but this makes a lot more sense for Bind to me. They're running the double initiator and then, the pseudo Senti of the Viper as a double controller, but they've chosen to start attack side, so I'm actually keen to see what their read is going to be, given that they've seen a bit of this weird comp from Odd One Out, and they're going to be running into it on attacking side first.
Well, this is it. I'm not sure if the casters are ready. I'm just gonna assume they are. Mitch and Ash, you there? You friendly?
I mean,
I guess
it
not.
depends on the day.
Not friendly.
We're not friendly.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
we're not?
We'll just chat a little bit more before we toss this over. I was just keen to see what Mitch and Ash thought about these comps, but I think I'm more with you on this one. Sam, Neon, not really in meta. There are other options on Bind, and Mitch and Ash, let's try this again. Bring them in.
Are we friendly?
Hey, let's go. Let's go. I'm feeling friendly today, Sue. I'd give you a little thumbs up on a rock if I ever saw you. But you know what, Ash? I'm ready to dive on into this one. We had a very competitive map one. That makes me happy. I hate seeing blowout series, third maps when it's 13-4 each way. Set me up though. Are we going to expect a close map here on Bind and the Neon? What's going on?
Okay, well, historically, if you're looking towards binds here, it's been those overtimes, 3 overtimes for the side of Odd One Out. But then the risk here at the same time is, okay, Team Falcons Vega, they have the opportunity where they're this surprise factor here in this matchup. But then for Odd One Out, they've also shown a lot of their hand because they've played so many overtimes where there is the opportunity to do a little bit more of that counter-stratting on the side of Falcons. And it's a big question on if this composition for Odd One Out is maybe a little bit of an overcook. I like the idea, though, of the synergy that we could see out of Annie and Claudia.
Well, I'm certainly excited to see what the ideas are. I would definitely agree with what Sam said. Like, I'd love a Yoru. Probably we have different reasons for that. I'd love to see someone in the teleporter every round with an Odin. I don't know if that's what Sam was thinking, but it probably was. I mean, it's peak efficient gaming, so probably we're on the same page there. I'll just speak for and say, yeah, Sam agrees, and we all love the Yoru and the teleporter. But no, look, the Neon, it's going to be interesting to see. A couple of good opportunities to get hyper aggressive, to speed up a lot of plays. And of course, it's Annie as well. We saw some good shots out of her earlier on. And attacking side, in this case, it's Falcons yet again looking to speed things up towards A, and there is a trap waiting for them as they make their way out. He might be able to capitalize if they walk unknowingly into it, but it looks like they're more than ready.
Yeah, it's not going to be the case this time around, but a quick flank here through that TP into showers.
They're speeding it. right down there in the fast lane, and a spot, a nice little bit of information. The jump peek up top by Fluxy gives the info. Sandra's flank is crucial. Just about catch her on the way through. Claudia able to punish the kill. The defuse underway. The spam's not quite close enough. And it will go to odd one out. A pistol round under their belt and a good start for the defenders.
Very solid look here. I like the speed that we saw that rotation come in through that TP through B long over towards Showers, and just looking for the pinch, the sandwich on this retake, just to make it that much more difficult. And it was a cool one-way that we actually saw being thrown over towards U-Haul there as well, just to deny that angle towards any players who were squished into that mid site on the side of Falcons. Full buy. I don't think I've seen an all Bulldog buy, actually. Ever.
We talk a lot about one player keeping a pistol and so on, even if they're all buying. Yeah, the Bulldog's not usually where they take it. The stun, good to catch the player in the corner, good to take back control, but not to quite grab the kill. That's what they're looking for in a round like this on odd one out. If you do see any aggression, you go for the kill and you bail out immediately, not wanting those pistols to overwhelm you in a close range angle. Here we see Mary dropped, trying to get aggressive in towards Hookah, and now the pressure is going to be applied to A. A decent split, good opportunities for Falcons to perhaps pick up one or two. Realistically, this is where we do expect those rifles to prevail, and that's certainly how we're starting it out.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for that Dizzy around the corner here, coming out from Mad V. He does have U-Haul control.
Spike down A.
It's easy peasy. Oh, well, maybe not. Veto. 6 HP as well in the corner. Body shot all that's needed. Nice follow-up. Smoke down. Spams. Very good. 17 and 18 HP respectively. Come on. This round, it's already done. At least you'd imagine.
Spike planted.
One shot through. Now listen, the reality is 3 players left alive for the defenders. Not the worst situation. Any kills that Toki can get from here could be monumental. Just dropping that economy lower, giving weaknesses to their opponents in the next round, and making it that bit easier to get it on the board. But the element of surprise was the main thing in her favor, and with that gone, so too is all hope for the attackers in round 2.
Nicely done on the side of odd one out. I mean, I do want to give a nod over towards Ava, though. I feel like she's been a little bit of an unsung hero, even on our first map of today on Sunset. There were so many times where she was just able to convert these kills, find the trades for her team, and get her to try and make that fight that much closer. But the 3 Bulldogs to be carried over will result in a relatively decently strong bonus round on the side of odd one out up against the full loadout here of Falcons. I hate that setup. It's not a bad setup. It's not a bad setup. But it is damn annoying to deal with, especially how well it counters that Viper lurk.
Yeah, you're not getting that free space up through mid. Very nice adjustment. On one out. Nicely tucked in the corners, and an unexpected fight for Mary. She's dropped off. Rip. The potential for a trade is still there. Mad V does well. Jada down. Smokes out of the hands of odd one out. They lose their paranoia. They lose one of those rifles, but it can be retrieved. And of course, Fluxy playing just the pistols, the only real weakness shining through into the late stages of this round.
Yeah, the opportunity to take that down back in hand here as well.
I'm out of here.
So that's 2 Vandals now on the side of odd one out in this 4v4. Now leaning back towards this A site where we still have Fluxy set up. Same setup as the previous round here as well. Denying that U-Haul information, finding it for themselves.
Where is everyone? Spike planted.
Big drop. That's the second leg to this attack already dealt with. All these players are boxed in one position. And the stun, very nice. Mad V not able to swing out wide, and the aftershock catching Sandra. Another for Claudia as Mad V's eventually dropped, and they just take it one at a time, flicking them down like dominoes, and it quickly comes crumbling. Odd one out. 3-0 in the lead. A very good start to what is ultimately their map pick.
Very comfortable for them, and with so many weapons to be carried over, this isn't just one of those like, okay, one person lives into the bonus. That's 4 Vandals that they get to carry over into this next round comfortably and just bolster that economy going forward. But when I'm looking again at this setup here, which has been such a big part of the success on these A retakes, that camera towards U-Haul finding so much value for odd one out, is really how Falcons look to contest that course. After a couple rounds of conditioning, Fluxy's just going to flop back over towards that B site where we're typically used to seeing that Cypher.
Deep reveal coming through in this B site. Doesn't just have the Cypher, right? You got the Sova too, so the information's already there that there's a lot of players wanting to make their way up towards B. Those steps heard on their way through, but at the end of the day, the main thing is to pick up that orb. Grab that little bit of control if they can. Retrieve Dizzy and reset into a later fight with pistols. The element of surprise is a big aspect, but the numbers is another. The wall bangs, apparently, the third part. I mean, Sonya's down to 7 HP already. This could get spooky.
Dangerous for sure. Falling back quite nicely. Toki taking off on the other side of the map as well. You see the rotation now being called towards A, but they're walking into 3 players here.
Yeah, 3 players, rifles to play with, utility still there. Hope was that after showing some presence on B, the rotations that come through, but I think especially like you highlighted early round, the Cypher being there means they're not too worried. Some damage done, but how many kills will it amount to? I don't really care how many bullets land unless players land on the floor right afterwards. Those rifles will be carried through to the next, and it's Sonya who just can't escape the wall bangs. She lost almost all her health through the walls. Mary down to the 1v1, even suspects where Fluxy's coming from. The read, perfect 12 seconds though. She turns her back. Oh, the spidey senses were on point. This round looked like it was odd ones out, clean as could be, but in the end, a little more closer than they expected.
Down A.
Nice patient play from Fluxy as well, just to guarantee that round, but it got dicey, that's for sure. Absolutely terrifying to see Mary in these 1v4 situations, and her shots ringing so true.
Satchel out.
To the next now, it's going to be that opportunity here for Falcons. So one call a timeout and snowball into this one. You've got 3 ultimates to work with on top of these rifles. This is a round that Falcons need to try to swing things back into their favor.
Very much so. Like I said, the timeout usage, at least in the previous map, made a lot of sense for both teams. We saw them using them earlier on in the game before the momentum could really swap into either team's hands, and I think that is a big reason we saw it remaining so close the whole way through. For Falcons, they've called this pause now, not because it's a close game and their opponent's getting a leg up, but because they are quite a bit behind. Ultis are online coming into this round, but like you said, this is the reason they need to take it across the line. Economy, ult economy, everything's on a knife's edge right now, and if it swings the other way, especially after the close sunset we just had, odd one out will already be thinking about Lotus. They'll be one step closer to making this series theirs.
The thing about the timeout too is it also gives that opportunity for Odd One Out to chat about how they want to counter the ultimates, how they want to deal with the ultimates that Falcons Vega has to work with into this round here as well. See an earlier look towards this A site. And you've got Fluxy still over towards B with that same Cypher setup as we saw in the previous round. But more of a default play as Falcons look to just poke and prod, find a little bit of that information. You draw out some utility. They can hear the jump spotting from 6 Sonya over towards Garden.
You can hear that jump spot, but they also, I think, might be close enough to hear the trap in B.
Scout just
Give it away, but there you go. Cam destroyed. You know, Cypher's B. Good idea about Sova. Fluxy's gone through to take the kill. Toki's down and dropped. This push through on the B side has been stalled completely. The Rolling Thunder stopped them. There's no one trying to fight on the back of it. Odd One Out know that ultimately the time is on their side. Showstopper used. No value found. In fact, it might be finding something in the aftermath. Players come out to swing to fill the space. Odd One Out, though, come ahead in the end. That smoke out of Jada just in time to really cut up the attacking side. One player emerges from the smoke. They fall, and you repeat that a few more times.
Man, just in the nick of time there for Annie as well to drop to find these trades, take advantage of the chaos and the flashes going out from backside here as well. But 5-0, and all of those ultimates that we had been talking about expended in that last round as well. That's got to hurt here. Falcons, Vega, they are just one away from that orbital strike. The only opportunity that we can really look towards to be a difference maker here when it comes to those abilities. First time we're seeing Falcons have a heavy clear over towards Hookah here.
Oh yeah, a lot of presence, and this is when those traps are in play as well. Not just the one up top, but it's the one down below as well. Dropping out of Hookah, sprinting towards the site. Nobody's being caught just yet, but they're starting to spread out that little bit wider. Fluxy in trouble, having been flashed up in the corner, and will only find her one. And while Sonya falls as well, that means the advantage sits firmly with Falcons, looking to double down as well. Mary going out and around the aftershock, a quick flank underway. And the other player in elbows running back now, making sounds. The nade goes down, the mosh pit in play. Annie already diffused to half as Sandra looks to slow them down that little bit more. They've already dealt with Mary. As the player now moving up above, it's Ava on 5 HP and proves to be an easy target to take down. 6-0. And after a close first map, there seems to be a big gap between these teams on bind early on. 6-0.
They look clinical right now on defense, whether it's their ability to hold these sites or just play those retake protocols. But that's not to take away from the ideas that Falcons Vega are throwing out into the server as well. I love the flash back through that toxic screen to clear over towards that front site, over towards Belong. Odd one out. They sync up so well together for these trades, their utility. As we head into this 7th round. That full buy back in play here for Falcons. Orbital strike available. Hunter's Fury used early, finds a tag here as well. A kill. That's the entry. The tip of the spear now down here for Falcons.
Yeah, and the player that I think drew the most praise coming out of that previous map as well. Falcons are going to have to dig deep and around. That means so much to them with all credits invested. Okay, they've dropped Annie, but again, not able to get away with these kills for free. There's always a return. Odd one out, finding themselves in a 4v3 with the advantage. They sit down, 2 on the B site, 1 deep on A, trapped in play on A as well. And that cam has indeed spotted Toki trying to sneak through. In the meantime, Sonya dropping another one. Leaves almost no room for them to fight their way back through. Spike is dropped up top in Hookah, and well, I think we're seeing Jada go to claim that space. They won't be letting it go.
Yeah, there's really nothing you can do there. It's just looking to save these weapons, carry it over, because there's no gas left in the tank here for Falcons. 30 seconds, a lot to ask for a save. Odd one out, though. They're still playing patiently. They're aware of the fact that they'll just be trying to save these weapons, not look to throw any of their own away either. But I gotta point out, Mitch, did you see that tripwire, that adjustment over towards short? The expectation that Mary is gonna maybe satchel in over towards A short. It's like positioned so high. You can crouch under it and walk through, but they're just aware of the fact that she is that person that we're looking towards to maybe change the pacing here for the Falcons on these entries.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because you actually saw in this round that the Viper was able to sneak under it, yeah, and get all the way up. But then they also have the cam further back just in case. So really covering all bases. And I do wonder if the idea is, first of all, Mary comes blast packing in, caught by it. And if Toki does try to take that space and sneak under, then you've got a Viper trapped very far up that you can immediately just, you know, make sure they don't get out, look to pressure, use your utility, and maybe grab a free kill. Really smart play. I love seeing these innovative little changes as the rounds go on.
I think one of the trips managed to be taken down by that paint shell at the very least. Opting for the showers angle this time around. Look at this line that we have for that fault line. Oh, that's yeah, that's
beautiful. Tiger into orbital strike. Fluxy has no way out. Easy kill. Bucky trade up close. They've claimed control of this A site, and it looks like Odd One Out will have a difficult time getting back through. The 7-1 seems to be locked in. Perhaps I speak too early. Mary dropped 3v3. No ultis to play with on the attacking side to pull them back into a round, but the molly and a snake bite still there. Still on the utility belt for Falcons. The players, though, need to be careful themselves not to be dropped down. Control over Bath already taken. They look towards the site. They've spotted Toki. Good idea. And the molly comes out of Sandra. The problem is, well, the molly came out of Sandra. What are you going to do now? Actually, no, it didn't land on the spike. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whatsoever. Every kill taken on the back of it. And 7-1 finally on the board are Falcons.
Much needed round for them. A lot of that, even though it might not seem too impactful, was the time that Ava was able to buy over towards Showers here as well. Just keeping Annie distracted from that retake and making it much harder to actually try and cover that defuse or even tap it when you're left with 2 on site, not really knowing what the crossfire is looking like in that post plant. Now, Falcons, they need it. One is not enough here, Mitch. They need to continue forward with this momentum, continue to snowball it, and Annie's just running full force in towards market, looking for that information here.
Yeah, it looks like she heard you. Continue forward with this momentum, but unfortunately, she's run right into a brick wall. Toki taking the kill, stopping any further information from falling into Odd One Out's hands. Dizzy, such a useful tool. It's insane how strong Gecko is in my mind. Just there, used to clear an angle, so you're not worried about anyone being close, and 10 seconds later, it's back online. Toki catching the push out of Bath, but only catching the information, and a shot to the head. Falcons have found themselves control over site, but it looks like very quickly they'll be fighting their way back out on the side of Odd One Out. Claudia, quite an interesting push, an aggressive one to say the least, and not one that's found value, really. Sonya, good to find at least one back. A 2v3, spike planted, and information in the hands of the attackers as to exactly where these final players are.
Still a recon to work with here as well.
One enemy remaining.
Jada, oh, so many angles to clear, you know, and you pick the wrong one for a split second, and that is when they strike. Mary cleaning up the round, and a second is found. Falcons not down and out just yet. There's still time to recover this half.
They're finding their footing. There's a big possibility that we could see it 7-5 before we swap sides. 3 rounds left into the first.
One enemy remaining.
But these sandwich retakes, the idea is still so good here from Odd One Out. It's just that early aggression. Sure, I like the idea. Annie going maybe a little bit too deep because nobody really can follow up that kind of spacing for the Neon. She's just looking for one of those early duels, maybe expecting to only find Toki on the other side of things and just deny that flank right off the gate. But timeout called early here for Odd One Out because they want to continue forward with this lead that they had amassed from themselves. And Falcons, they don't want them to continue to stop that bleeding.
Well, that's it. Yeah, Odd One Out. You stumble 2 rounds, your economy comes down pretty low, and that's where you decide to take the break. Go back to Eccles' style of play from back in the day. Jada, operator on the Omen. Be curious to see if they keep it. Remember, it was just bought up with light shields, but it looks like that's a pretty comfortable buy economy-wise. You can get yourself a full buy in the next round if this one goes awry, but realistically, it's all about that scope, the impact it can have in chopping up some of these early fights. A lot of Falcons players going in for map control, shifting for contact, and that's exactly where Jada can thrive.
Yeah, catching them off guard with any angles as well that she can manage with those shrouded steps there too. But you've also got the Seekers in the hands of Ava here as well. And he's crossed over towards the left side, looking for a little bit of that bait. You see the upper angle here onto play here for Jada.
Love it. Avoiding the utility right off rip. Dizzy went through. Jada backed off. Nobody on Falcons overextends. Just a step or 2 further forward and they would have been in trouble. Instead, they're looking to take this towards the A site. Now, there are traps here. As we said, these are the more standard ones we saw earlier on. The cam's still in play. It's just been heard activating, so they know there's information in play.
Oh,
and
timing.
Ava, those Seekers, they would give away all the info, but unfortunately, the players have sought her out. Quick kill for the advantage now to play with for the defenders. Hunter's Fury for the retake if it's even needed. In fact, it's going to be burned right off rip, and that's a free kill with damage on the Mad V and a quick run through for Annie. Thought that might have been the kill, but Toki has a chance. Denying the defuse as well, but ultimately the spams back proved to be too much.
Nicely done. I mean, that was beautiful showers control that we saw coming out from Flexi and Claudia. You have a heavy setup over towards A short. The look to contest the showers area where we haven't seen Falcons put too much pressure. It's typically been like maybe a maximum of 2 players who have walked contact up there, and they just found so much information, have great angles for this retake here as well, especially when you're looking towards the chaos that the Hunter's Fury is causing here too in that replay. Same trip.
Yes, this should
It's such an annoying setup to deal with. Because it's so difficult to try and shoot it, and then you have to worry about that cam too, and you're also worrying about someone swinging on top of everything off that signal.
Also a good round for it. Mary just one away, make that none away from a showstopper. But it won't be coming through middle instead. No showstopper. There it is, eventually used, burned up, having seen one with the Seekers. Fluxy dropped down, and the rest of the players running off the site. Claudia tries to escape, but there is no escape with Ava hot on her heels. And in fact, Mary is going even further into the fray. Great target selection. Almost took both down with the spray transfer, but goes away from the operator, taking the rifle instead. And that gave her a chance to follow up, but a quick shot by Jada means at least that operator's still in play. But with no picks coming their way, a 2v4, economy decent. It's not like they have to worry about that, and there's not many rounds left to play for. So they'll go for it, you'd imagine.
Gotta save that off, though.
Gotta go.
Just no time.
I mean, Claudia 4.8, Sonya 5.6. I think this is another decision that we've seen a couple of smart calls where players just have the discipline to say, hey, we're not winning this one. Let's give ourselves the best possible chance of the next.
Round in the half.
I feel like that this is something that Game Changers teams have been quite good with, though. We've seen it develop over the past couple of years. Just a lot of diligence as far as being very mindful of that economy, especially in the long term. Head into this last round. Okay, double ops. Are we actually sticking to it? No, it's not going to be the case. I was going to say, okay, if you can't hold those angles, though, the retake gets just that much harder in that, but especially when you're looking at that Viper spit here for Falcons.
Yeah, we haven't got to see a lot of that Viper utility play, really. I think a lot of it planned for by Odd One Out being those lurk plays. Jada, here's a chance. Here's an opportunity. Nicely done. And the player hiding up close. Annie, not seen, not anticipated. And my goodness, the reward is tenfold what you could have hoped for. Odd One Out, 9-3 at the half. A commanding lead for this squad on their map pick.
Gorgeous Andalusia flawless. I mean, what better bait is there than an operator on top of truck? There's no way that you're going to expect another player already tucked into that cubby when the angle's being watched. Absolute gorgeous read coming up from Odd One Out. Now we swap sides here, Mitch. Falcons Vega onto the defense. Seeing a pretty heavy stack over towards that A site. Imagine that Toki will lean over towards B after all is said and done. But B looks a little bit more promising with those Viper nerfs coming through. You only have one Molly that's going to stall you out. They're not running that Cypher, so it always feels a lot more feasible to actually go towards B long pretty early.
Pistol's going to carry a lot of weight for this defensive side. They're going to have a way back through. We know they've got the potential to do it, that's for sure, but Annie, oh my. The speed is unbelievable. Straight into the angle, crosshair on the head. Ava down as well. And Falcons, I said they needed the pistol. It doesn't look like they're going to get it. Every kill goes their way, -1. It's only Mary to find a little bit of damage. Well, although Annie and Claudia are low, this is a very big task and too big of an ask.
10 rounds on the board here for Odd One Out off the back of the pistol round. A much needed one on the side of Falcons. Looking, I mean, anything could happen here, Mitch, but when you're looking at pistol round being earned here by Odd One Out, the map feels almost said and done because you're going into this bye. Falcons are going to be forced to force up, and if they don't win this purchase, they're left with nothing into what would have been traditionally their bye round into a bonus.
Yeah, if they lose this round, they're going to have to hire Mini in a tech pause. That's about the only way they're getting out of it. I'll tell you that. Look, the buy that they have compared to what they're up against, not great. You know, 2 sets of light shields on Odd One Out, 2 Vandals, 2 Bulldogs, and that pistol we often talk about, at least 1 or 2, keeping the credits. Falcons, Yeah, I mean, you can just have a look through it yourself. There's not really anything noteworthy. Perhaps Mad V is the one I have the most faith in. I've seen what she can do with a Sheriff before. But
Haven't we all?
the patience as well of Odd One Out. Look at them. They're just pumping the brakes. They're saying, hey, you're a weaker buy. You're gonna be aggressive. You're gonna make plays. We'll wait. We got time.
Make them sweat for a little bit more, knowing that they also have less to work with as far as that economy for just those abilities alone, so they can't go seeking as freely. Force a little bit out already in the rotation. Not quite called, as they sense the Odd One Out actually look to cancel it.
Yeah, it almost feels like they canceled their call, right? Like, rotate, they're here, and then, oh, I'm not sure. Now, the certainty starts to tick in. Ava grabbing one, Toki here as well. Good backup. Flash is decent, didn't catch the one up top. Ava managed to get up to a Bulldog, and that's her third kill of the round already with Mad V coming in to close it out. There was even a molly kill in there somehow. An attempt to plant foiled by the Flames. 10-4 we go. Falcons needed to win the pistol, and they didn't. Force buy was ambitious. If anything, another horseman of the apocalypse in my mind, but in the end, it looks like they will live another day.
They managed to carry over the 2 Vandals that were purchased up there by Odd One Out as well, just bolstering this anti-eco just a little bit more. It's been a shotgun game for Sandra. It's been working out well for her. It's always fun on that Brimstone too when you have that opportunity to throw that still beacon down and towards U-Haul. But a default look here with a lean towards this A site. We're going to contest the Shower's control. Maybe get a orb under the belt of Sonya or Annie. She's very patient.
Look, sometimes you gotta roll the dice. I respect Claudia for trying it, but rolled a 1. They were ready, waiting on the other side. Annie down, picked by Mary.
Oh.
And then Mad V gets picked off. Okay, that's 1. But we need a few more of those with 3 Sheriffs against 4 rifles. And an attack side that hasn't really got direction just yet. I mean, they're sort of locked into 8, but the traps behind, it doesn't look like they're going to even catch them. To be honest, if you push it around like this, you go for the full flank, you're taking a very big risk.
Yeah, but it's so comfortable now for Falcons to just heavy stack the remaining 3 towards this A site with the information that Ava has garnered. And then she'll manage to put a little bit of that pressure on too, but the rotation back over
30
towards
seconds
short,
left.
not fully looking towards that B site with 30 seconds left on the clock.
TP maybe? After making a little bit of noise. Yeah, 3 have been spotted already. They've crossed over. They're hovering around that TP door. It seems like an option, but that option has quickly closed up. There's no more choice to be found. Falcons have taken the round. Nicely done. Again, these sort of rounds are housekeeping a lot of the time. You've got to keep the majority alive, keep those credits healthy. You're giving yourself a good opportunity to steam ahead in the half, and that is exactly what you need when you're 9-3 down going into half 2.
Well, the second timeout actually being called here for Odd One Out. They didn't use their first one too long ago here, Mitch, but definitely feeling the pressure of the momentum that Falcons are able to find for themselves, feeling the fact that they are on that back foot when it comes down to that money situation. I do wonder what kind of adjustment Odd One Out look towards. Could be a bit more of an aggressive play out from Claudia and Annie. That speed was what really caught Falcons off guard in that pistol round.
The pace, we've seen it change a couple of times, and I think Odd One Out definitely spearheading it with Annie, sliding through so many angles, getting up close, following in. And that's one of the things I've enjoyed watching. It's like you have this stun out of Claudia and the ability of Neon. One of the reasons I love that combination, you stun someone. One of the major problems is often getting up close to them. It's why you'll look at throwing a nade or having a mosh or something like that. An orbital strike we saw earlier on, right? And these things combine very well if you've got a player that's stuck in position and you can lob utility. Well, Annie is the utility. You're going to stun up a player and Annie's just going to slide on in, take that fight right off rip. And hell, if it's taken her too long, she's got a couple stuns up her sleeve as well. So it is a lot of problems that can come your way. And the problem is versus other agents, it's not predictable. Like Neon is not going to give you time to go, oh guys, they're doing this quick. I need a flash here. No, it's already happened, you know?
Yeah.
You got to react so fast.
We definitely do, and look at how Falcons are taking the time out to their advantage, really changing their approach to this round. That flank coming out from A so early on, sardined now in towards this B site where the rest of Falcons are playing so far back, allowing that plant to happen and looking for a comfortable retake in the post.
Yeah. Oh, nice kill by Ava. This is the spanner in the works, right? Your opponents call a pause, so what do? You push. You take the fight to them, and a quick flank now on the back of it, nade deep. Try and force them forward, but Claudia steps into the angle. Calm, collected, drops Toki. Izzy destroyed. Wingman, pardon me. There's the Dizzy flying up top. Showstopper lands, and Falcons find very little trouble on the way back through. And I think a lot of that comes down to the fact that Odd One Out just aren't anticipating those many numbers behind them. You kill one, you kill two, you think you've got it all nestled in, but no, there's always more with a play like that. And I love being proactive on the back of an opponent's pause, because you know that they've spent a lot of time. Oh, hey, let's fix this. We can maybe go for this play. And they just say, screw your set plays. We're not going to wait for you, or we're going to take the fight to you.
Just catch them off guard. Use that to your advantage. Now you've got Seekers to work with here for Ava on the side of Falcons. Sure, there's that Hunter's Fury here for Odd One Out, but unlikely to see that coming out this round unless they maybe look for some sort of zoning ultimate on a quick take, but it's going to be a bit more slow, measured contact over towards Hookah at the very least. Here's the drone over towards Long here as well. Ava's just going to tuck away from it.
Nowhere to run.
Just back it off. It looks like there's no opportunity to fall back further. Hunter's Fury used. Annie, indeed, the utility in this case, flying in through the choke point, taking one kill, taking another. That Sheriff has found quite a bounty in this round. And Falcons on the back foot. Only one advantage now to lean on for Odd One Out. Still, though, they've got that TP as an option, and it looks like they've used it all three. Gone straight through to the A site. They'll have the timing to plant at least.
Yeah, and then you've also got the Rolling Thunder to work off of here for Claudia. Jada all the way up towards heaven with that Shrouded Step, leaving Sandra now in a 1v3.
Yeah. I'd be surprised if a Rolling Thunder was used now, maybe, in that if it came down to a 2v2, if Jada lost that fight, you know, they had that other safety net. Here, not quite the case. Nice kill by Sandra. And it did get a little spooky, but in the end, it falls into place for Odd One Out. 11-6. A decent lead to work with, and just 2 away from taking this across the line.
Yeah, really interesting rookie round that we saw coming out from Odd One Out. The space that they were able to take on site. Annie just being all up in their grill towards backside there as well. Dodging all those flashes. Great utility through. I saw the vision. I did see the vision, Sandra, but it wasn't your time this time around. Still got those ultimates to work with here, though. Perfect retake recipe here for Falcons.
Well, this is it.
Cage triggered.
If they're going to make their way back through on the side of Falcons, it kind of needs to start here. There's credits on Odd One Out. 2 rounds. Just one will lock in an overtime. Falcons... Oh, look, it's an experience playing on Bind. I believe it's not exactly one that they like to play. Haven't played for quite a while, and they're getting one hell of a lesson. The Neon, not one they would have been expecting to play up against the majority of the time, and it's found results. Fluxy dropped, though. Gives an opportunity. We'll have Mad V on the site, ready to fight, and there she is, coming through to help the teammates that were stunned up just moments ago. Advantage now to work with. Here's a big problem. Gecko ult on the way, trying to find one. It's not seen anything. It's not caught any players, and then it goes blind into a corner.
Oh, that's so
Jada's
sad.
done for. No chance. Sonya, the last one standing, and that defuse is undeniable. Falcons managed to steal out that round in clean fashion on the retake.
Oh, I mean, it's gorgeous the way that they look to play together, look to sync up, use their utility to their advantage. You have that Thrash just full clearing, and then that was so unfortunate. You got that Boombot coming in. There's just nothing you can do if you're Jada. You just gotta sit there and take it, unfortunately. But we've got 4 rounds now separating these two teams. Falcons have definitely found their groove here on the defense.
They definitely have. Yeah, Falcons are really in their stride, and this is where we get a little bit worried, but with an 11-7 lead, it's not a great enough lead that I'm going to panic just yet. attack side gets to set the pace. And although that hasn't been true in every round, with Falcons playing pretty aggressive at times, overall, that tends to hold water. Now, for odd one out, it means that they get to choose exactly where they deploy some of this utility. Ultimates in play aren't huge. They have 3, but even Annie's hasn't found that much impact. And listen, it's a debate over which one's worse, Omen or Cypher. I suppose it depends which player's playing it. Mystic, for example, has a ridiculous success rate with those from the shadows, but no one else I've ever seen plays the way he does.
Fair enough. I mean, you got, well, Boo, I guess, is the other one that you can think of. But
true.
Look
Actually,
over
yes.
towards this aggression now, towards Elbow. Concussed down, just denying so much space. I think he was trying to shoot out the plant there. Roll down left to 3 on the side of Falcons. 2 of them took on this retake.
The last player currently flying under the radar, but not for long. Just look at Elbow. 2 players ready to swing through and fight towards the spawn. That's exactly what happens with Sandra dropped. Those last 2 a bit more predictable. One dropped out already. The other spotted just up top. Have 1 kill, but that is surely all they'll get here. Mad V scraps it back to 3. Now starts the defuse utility and finds the final kill.
There's no way.
Keeps Falcons in it. There's no 12 rounds yet for odd one out. A Red Bull clutch guarantees another.
This is the IGL that we've been highlighting at the beginning of this series. The star power that she can just pull off in these situations, isolating 1v1s each time into this 1v3, using the environment to her advantage. The timing to even get Gecko to send that wingman onto the defuse. That's a Twitter clip right there, Mitch. Like that's being posted on Twitter right now.
That's in every highlight reel she ever posts.
Oh
like
my
the
God.
opening clip from here until forever. Absolutely gorgeous. And we started out decently for a second for odd one out. I thought that could have been the revenge, the 1-2 right back into the fight, but no. Immediate response. It's Mary, of course. Falcons advantage under their belt. But they have lost control of B site. It is left open, and a retake will have to be attempted.
I mean, you do have the orbital strike in the hands of Sandra, waiting for that
They're going
tap.
aggressive. What is this? I saw all the pings towards the spawn. I thought we're going to see like a stun straight down and a big swing, but instead they isolate Elbow. I really like that play. Absolutely the right one. That means Mary's still alive, and I guess that's a problem. It certainly seems to be. 4 already. Showstopper activated, fired out to no success. And all Sonya needs to do is drop 3 players. I mean, based on the last round, who knows how this one's going to go. 5 HP on Mary. Toki, a little bit low. Shields have been stripped away. But this first shot is going to be telling. Sandra dropped right off rip. Sonya's found the first drone. Oh, that was an attempt to bait them into swinging behind. I love it, Sonya. But with 20 seconds left, again, the right call being made. Get out of here and play for the A site.
A site, Hunter's Fury here as well. Bit difficult to try and use it in a 1v2 with the possibility of getting pushed. An open plant here for backside. She opts to play a bit more aggressive with that TP that comes through. Mary in towards showers, looking to catch off Toki.
Yeah, Mary is 5 HP. Toki, though, a little bit healthier. In a good position to close this one out. Finally, Falcons have closed the round. This one, again, comes a little closer than you'd expect with 21 HP. All that these 2 players are holding on to together.
A nice attempt, though, at the very least, coming out from 6 Sonya. The idea was there, and it all started. It doesn't even actually feel like it started with this initial push towards short. I'm not gonna lie, I forgot that happened at the beginning of this round with the chaos that was happening here on site, like that elbow push. There were so many different ideas that both teams had thrown into round 20. An odd one out. They don't have any of those timeouts to work with anymore. Falcons are still amassing these rounds, and odd one out don't have an opportunity to kind of reset, chat as a team, aside from that buy phase.
Watching here.
That's exactly it, right? Odd one out, 11-9, 2 behind, and an opportunity they can manage to take some of the early rounds to make that system that little bit more refined. could be in a good spot. Falcons have pushed all the way through A. It's Bath taken as they look to fight. Opposite end of short, there's two players creeping their way in. Easy kill on the first, but this could fall apart. They might not expect Fluxy to be here. In fact, Mary does clear it. Of course, she does. And the players on B, very passive, knowing that that play was in on A. There's no need for them to overextend. Instead, three of them are waiting in the elbow, and it's Sandra that was that little bit further back, dropping Annie.
Right here.
Taking the ones though. 2v4 situation. Trailblazer finds a bit of that info. Then you've got Mary now in towards Hookah, making it that much more uncomfortable for Ottawa out to reposition.
Last player
Again,
standing.
we're going to see a big ult used. It's actually caught Sonya, so there was no way back out. Claudia had to be the one holding the line, and the first shot put a stop to that. 11 to 10, no timeouts for Odd One Out, and well, they have got to be feeling pretty dejected after how things have gone so far. This is starting to look like, it was looking like a Fnatic in the start and ended up as a coin.
Not like this. Stage 2 hasn't even started.
Player standing.
I'll say it with full chest. I expect to say it.
It is what it is, c'est la vie, right? But it really is the retakes here for Falcons that have been shining. Sure, we saw those initial few rounds, but it's been retakes ever since then. The diligence, the care that they put into syncing up with each other and saving a lot of that utility, knowing that Annie has been going for some aggressive plays, not necessarily fast-placed, but kind of being that solo tip of the spear who just goes in. Works out this time.
I know exactly. Perfect example, as if called for. Okay, Toki able to find one. It keeps it competitive with Mad V still here, but there's the information now. The element of surprise gone. Much harder to find the value. What is going on with Mary's nades? 2 kills, 2 maps in a row. Now, another opportunity with Jada tucked in the corner, and it's Mary. I thought Mary would be lined up, but no. No, of course, the stars are aligned yet again. And for the Falcons side, that is 11 to 11. They have made it. The comeback, it's not on anymore. It's happened. It's over. Now, it's a close race to the finish line.
Opportunity for overtime here. We did see a closeout, what I believe it is 13 to 10 there for Falcons on Sunset as they clawed back into that second half. But Mary, you think about it. She's back in the server. She's got to make a show of it. It's been showing on the stats on VLR, but of course she's got to pop off for us here on the main stream. It's been a while since we've seen her, and she's got to remind everyone why she was the best duelist in EMEA before she went on that little break.
Yeah, that's it. The ascent back to her throne. And look, if she's playing like this, it's going to be a pretty quick ascent. Okay. Nice headshot, nice follow-up. Great control held onto. No need to overextend, although a quick swing out of Fluxy could have caused problems. Stuck inside the snake bite now, though, down low. Vulnerable too. And even with the stun, it's enough for Toki to be able to pull it across the line. Claudia on the spray, almost even caught a shot on the Mad V through the smoke. Molly a little too shallow, and even then down to the corner. Plan is successful, and the kill comes their way as well. Odd One Out of a lot to work with. Jada goes pushing, and that could be a mistake they come back to regret. And be now looking to start the defuse. Echo going to be expanding the wingman, and well, his life is forfeit. Not quite halved on it. Claudia dropped, and now they know the other player is miles away. This is going to be tough. Already having to try to pull them off the defuse, and as you swing into the angle, there's 2 players waiting. Sandra, a lick of HP, 2 health, even going into that fight. But that's the benefit of the high-low system. The firing squad prevails.
They've gone in with so much confidence on their retakes here for Falcons, finding that groove. And when you're looking over towards this timeline in the front of your screens right now, it's been back-to-back 6 rounds in a row here for Falcons. Odd One Out, unable to find any success off of those timeouts that they had called previously. And now it's Danger Zone. This is the map that they were hoping to take, but we also did say Odd One Out, they have a record of only going to OTs so far here in Stage 2 of EMEA on Bind.
Well, perhaps we'll find ourselves in that situation yet again. Although if anyone's going to break that rhythm that they've been setting up for themselves, it's certainly Falcons with this level of gameplay. Off-rip going to be used on B, but it's the A site where the battle comes down. Annie finding one from the shadows, used up towards A heaven, and the battle for Jada will be a tough one. Mad V right on her heels, and indeed she's being chased out of heaven, down towards the spawn angle where the swing comes right into Ava's waiting arms. Quick kills that put Falcons back on the board. Although a late rotation from Toki, having sat inside the Viper's pit, the damage that they're getting out on these spams is significant. They'll be delayed in going for the full force of the retake, but in the meantime, they're picking kills up left, right, and center. Mad V dropped, so too is Sandra. Hold on, Odd One Out might not be down and out just yet. Still a chance for them here, but with Claudia falling, those chances are thinning. Fluxy, now all that remains of this attacking side, and the defuse is already underway. Falcons have managed to do it. 13-11, no overtime needed, and I am perplexed by this comeback.
It's insane the way they're able to turn this around. We have to remember this first half ended 9-3 in the favor of Odd One Out, and we're seeing the Falcons that, at least late into the second half, this is the Falcons that feels a bit more reminiscent of the team that managed to make that upper bracket run during the first stage, taking themselves all the way to that grand finals up against G2 Goes. And listen, they just need a little bit of time to marinate a little bit, get used to playing with Mary, and make those adaptations on the fly.
Wow, well, I'll tell you what, those adaptations certainly look to be in full effect right here. An incredible display from this squad, and honestly, you know, seeing these comebacks happen, and we say it every time over in VCT EMEA, we see it a lot, and it just speaks to the resilience of these players, the level that they're at, not individually with a mouse, but the level that they're thinking at within the game, that the level the team is at morale-wise to not crumble under that pressure. Devastating loss for Odd One Out, but a spectacular display from Falcons. That's the end of match number 1, but we got plenty more coming your way after this.
I mean, Mitch, they're all right with a mouse as well. I gotta say, there were some brilliant individual performances towards the end there to help Falcons with that incredible comeback. I've got Pilski and Sam with me once again. Now, who believed in the comeback? Did anybody believe at the half?
Not at the half. We had like a sliding scale of where we believed the comeback would happen. Each analyst at a different position. Yinsu almost cursed them, but ultimately it did happen. So there you go. The comeback came through.
Hey,
you believed, Pilski?
I said they're back after every round they won. So you know, but it was very cynical. It was very cynical. I have to admit, I found that that attacking half was a bit of a train wreck. But credit to them. They played the double initiator on a lot of those retakes on the defensive side well, and then just some individual brilliance, which is exactly what this roster's built to do.
I mean, let's talk about that first half there. The post plants, you know, it just weren't quite there. You have to think that if they just won a couple of more rounds, Sam, this could have been maybe even a dominant victory for the side of Falcons.
Yeah, post plants looking a little bit rough, it must be said. Kind of on both sides, if we're going to be like super, you know, nitpicky about it. And it's quite interesting because Falcons' composition really excels in a defensive side, but they couldn't hold a post plant together, which is kind of like a reverse scenario when you're on the attack. It was really weird, but this again brought into question the fact that they allowed Bind to come through, the fact that we knew that they weren't terribly comfortable on it. They were playing fairly sloppy, it must be said. The 3K that Annie got on short was just a great example of like, check your corners, bro. And then not being able to actually get her down before she takes out 3 players on your team. Like, there were these small kind of little misplays that came through on the half that they probably would have struggled the most on, but that they should have had the most success on, just by virtue of the fact that Odd One Out's comp was so odd. Was the Odd One Out.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like they should have been able to do a lot more on attack than they did with like the double initiator. Like that Gecko Viper comp is so good at like walking behind the wall and doing those explosive like A executes. I just felt like they didn't really know how to play the comp super well. And let's be real, they haven't played that many officials on this map. You know, it's the first time they're letting it through, and I think it really did kind of show at the end of the day. But also credit to Odd One Out. I felt like they kind of understood what that comp wanted to do, like that round where they had the Neon in pocket and the Omen up top. just bullying any chance of trying to walk up behind that Viper wall and get an execute rolling, and it felt like they actually had a pretty good understanding of how to beat that comp and played to some of those win conditions.
I mean, we can sit here and talk about comps all we want, but Matt V and Mary just were not going to lose. Let's be for real, Pilski. You believe in the comeback, and I think you were a little bit lucky there that Mary and Matt V decided that today they just wanted to 2-0.
Yeah, for sure. They had so many impact rounds, so many multi-frag rounds. You know, Mad V is always good for some big plays. This clutch included, this 2-on-4 was absolutely ridiculous. And this is the kind of nightmare series that you have as a odd one out, right, Sam? Like you thought you had this one in the bag, and you're going to go back and watch this VOD and this lower bracket elimination and how many rounds you should have won against some of these star players just fragging out of control.
I mean, this is one of the things that I said on Sunset as well. You know, sometimes you've got to win your ones. And if you're not able to do that, you're going to struggle unless you're like holding hands, which they did kind of struggle to do from time to time when Mary is swinging at you like that, when Mad V has got, you know, little bro on the defuse and she can play around the tin can. You're going to struggle to get that top tier value unless you're playing off of one another. You cannot give them 1-for-1s, particularly not those two players.
Yeah, I mean, even when you're like, what, 11-3 up, 11-4 up, whatever it was, you still cannot give them those chances. But it's time to bring Mary back in for another interview. Honestly, such a treat. Like, I don't get to interview you, Mary, for such a long time, and I get to do it twice in one day. I'm not complaining. Hello, are you here? Can you hear me? It's a little bit bugged. I don't know if we can sort it out. I will wait for production to let me know, but I'm glad I can hear you. Maybe we can just do a voice interview.
Yeah, okay.
If the,
it works. We're fine.
Yes.
Yes, so.
Let's go. Okay, I'm gonna just go straight into this, Mary. It was a bit of a tough comeback for you guys. Maybe you didn't have to, have such a big deficit in the first place. So I wanted to ask you, why did you decide to let the bind through today and not ban it?
Because I don't know. I honestly don't have a response to this. Like we pracked bind a bit, and I felt like, okay, like we should just shoot for it because our breeze is kind of So we were like, okay, like let's just go for bind. So yeah.
Okay, I mean, it's a good thing that you won it. And speaking of that victory, it felt like you and Mad V, you guys are on a different level.
We're the duo. Me and Mad V are the duo. we're the duo, you know.
You actually are. You actually are. I mean,
are.
you've played with some great players, Mary, in your career, even before you joined this team. So, what's Mad V like as an IGL and as a teammate?
I mean, honestly, she's amazing. She's very sweet, you know. I mean, when it comes to like in game, she understands me and I understand her. So I don't know. I feel like I can feel the bond with her, you know, as a teammate, and it's pretty nice. And I'm not throwing shade. I swear, I love all my past teammates, all of them. But yeah, she just has a different kick, I'd say.
Yeah, we definitely see it in your gameplay as well with the two of you. Again, you had a great series today, even though there was at times that you were very, very challenged. You spoke about this before. It's definitely going to be a challenge on this new roster for you to come back in. At what point, though, do you feel like maybe you could reach your prime again? What percentage are you right now in terms of your,
Honestly,
like world championship winning potential?
I mean, for now, as I see myself, I'm like 60%, to be honest. This is nothing. Like, this is just me unwashing myself. So, yeah, I think I have lots of things to prove, me and as a team, of course. So, yeah, I think it just needs time, and I will make it again, and you guys will see me shine again.
I can't wait. And lastly, before I let you go, you're going to need a lower bracket run if you want to take this title for stage 2. So who would you say would be your biggest threat? The one team that can maybe stop you from that lower bracket run?
Honestly, I don't really see anyone as a threat. You know, I play a game like I go in playing like it's any other team, and that's pretty much it. I don't like having that mindset of like, oh my god, it's G2 against me, or like, oh my god, it's KC against me. Like, I think that's just weak mental, and you shouldn't go into your games like that. You should just play your own game and believe in yourself and believe in your teammates, and we can do it.
We need to see that G2 rematch though, right? You want it.
Of course. I want it myself. Yeah. Hopefully.
Okay, it's good. It's good to hear that. Thank you so much, Mary. Congratulations once again, and we'll see you back here next time.
Thank you. Bye bye.
All right, that was Mary and that was Falcons. They are on the board and live to see another day. But we have another match coming up, so don't go anywhere. Heroic versus NASR is coming right after this.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But, in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time.
It's time for the second elimination game of the day between Heroic and NASR. I'm your host, Sono, back here with Pilski and Sam. Let's just talk about Heroics right off the bat, because in an ecosystem where we don't see that many orgs getting involved with GC this year, Sam, I am so happy that Heroic made this decision to pick up this roster.
Yeah, honestly, it's been a very tumultuous couple of years for organizational investment. So it always makes me incredibly happy to see more orgs getting involved, and an org like Heroic as well. It's an org that I actually really like, an org that I really respect, and I love to see that they've gotten involved and have helped to uplift the scene a little bit. The one caveat that I will just add to that is obviously this team, the core of which used to be Neon Blade, who didn't have as many or as much pressure. There was always pressure, but now you have an org, a storied org, a well-known org, a results-driven org that has picked you up, and I feel like there may be some serious added expectation on top of that, and I worry about how that might affect the ladies jumping straight into the tournament like this.
They picked up Leader from Foot, which she was a grand finalist in Stage 2, so I think that's a good addition. Super Frog is a really sick name as well, by the way. I thought that was awesome. Name. Yeah, but they really struggled in groups. Like, you can't really go two ways about it. -40 round differential. They lost a lot of games very one-sidedly, and they got stomped by Giant X 26-2 in the last playoffs game. So I'm a little worried about Heroic, I'm not gonna lie.
We don't live in the past, Pilski. We don't live in the past. That was before, all right? They have a chance to turn it around.
For sure.
But on the other side of this, though, looking at NASR, feel like a team in a similar position at times, Pilski, just not being able to fully push for that top spot. They're always kind of, I guess, usual suspects at this point of the tournament, but we definitely don't want to see them have an early exit again.
I mean, their core three's been playing together for a long time now, and they did place 5th, 6th last season. I remember they went down to Valiant, where I was going into that game and thinking like, oh, they should have a reasonable chance at making top 4, and Valiant just went on this crazy run last season, if I remember correctly. They did pretty decent in groups. They actually took a series off of Falcons, so that's not too bad. But they've already been locked into lowers by BBLQ and lost versus a couple of good teams. So I feel like this is their game to just kind of show they're better than the rest, and then they can go on and try to take on one of the stronger teams again later on in the lowers.
One of the worries that kind of came up for me with this particular team is kind of similar to what we had with Falcons, where you have someone who has historically been a duelist player and has been moved on to a new role, and that's Super Frog. She's been playing the initiator on the team here. We saw Toki kind of struggled a little bit on the controller, so there's a lot of eyes on Super Frog here to see how she's going to perform in her new role.
I just want us to only talk about Super Frog for the rest of the day, because as you guys said, what a name, but unfortunately we don't have that time. But let's talk about the duelist players you mentioned here, Sam, because it feels like sometimes the duelist players on all of the rosters we see often are the superstars. These two are also up there, but it just feels like in this head-to-head it's very even.
Yeah, realistically, I mean, Marty definitely does kind of edge it out ever so slightly. And I believe that, she's been a great multi-fragger in a lot of instances, leading up to the playoffs here. Adora, I felt like got diffed in some of the other matches in groups, particularly in the playoff game as well. Really kind of struggled to find a footing. So, but again, she's playing against Smurfette. So, like, how do you counter Smurfette, right? So there is a little bit of a biased sample in there, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how she can kind of redeem herself, because we already know that Marty is a phenomenal duelist in her own right. So again, that pressure starts to come in. You've got to perform, your team's got to perform, and you've got to be able to shut down kind of opposite star duelist.
Yeah, I'm keen to see the duelists go head-to-head. I'm also really keen for the initiator matchup as well, which is something I forgot to kind of think about before we came into this test. But I remember watching Toka on Gamax and Contenders, and she was pretty phenomenal. And then, like I said, you got Leader coming in from Foot. Those are some pretty solid initiators as pickups into the new season for both of these teams, actually.
I'm such a Toka simp. Like, I think she's
honestly, so sharp, dude. Like, what the hell?
She's insane. Yeah. And I stand by the fact that all the other sober players are stealing from her. I fully believe like Crashies is out there somewhere stealing lineups from Toka. But let's talk about the map vetoes coming into this because both teams, they seem to have some weaknesses. We saw some funk already from Odd One Out earlier today. Depending on where this veto goes, Sam, I think there's more room for more funky things.
So it's so hard to call with Heroic because their sample size is so unbelievably small. The one thing that we do know for certain, and it has come through here, they always ban Breeze. That has been since the day dot of the stage. They have always banned that out, so that makes a lot of sense. And similarly, Sunset, NASR do not enjoy that map whatsoever. Now both of these two teams, they do kind of flip-flop a little bit around what map they pick into. I wouldn't be surprised if we see an Icebox come out. They're both reasonably comfortable on it, but it's gonna be the Ascent. Heroic have okay, they have a 0% win rate on Ascent right now. They've only played it twice, but that's not a good sign.
I mean, they've gotten smashed by GX and Odd One Out on this map pretty hard. At the same time though, they're like their sample size is they're playing a lot of strong teams and they're losing a lot of games, so it's hard to say like, you know, where their results line up with their confidence on a map. I remember NASR plays that funky Phoenix Cypher comp.
Yeah.
We'll see if that returns into this stage. Icebox going to come through for NASR. Looking at Valkyries, I mean, they just recently lost 0-13 just the other day in the playoffs, I think, versus Trinex.
We don't live in the past.
And NASR beat Falcons 14-12. So, look, I'm saying, yeah, it's okay. Like, I agree with you. They're in the lower bracket. There's you know, there's nothing to be done that they haven't done already. So this is time, you know, for them to be reborn in the fires of getting 13-0'd and to level up.
Valhalla, you know.
Hey, can they? I will say they are starting on the attack this time, and we only saw one round of their attack side against John.
That's true.
So I feel like
you know what? That's
a
true point. Sometimes I try and anti-strat a team and they get smashed so hard I don't even get to see their attacks. So maybe it's godly. You know, you never know. They just got unlucky, lost pistol.
I'm glad you mentioned the anti-strat because I have a small theory as to why maybe they chose the Ascent. Is we know that NASR like that Phoenix Cypher comp. We've seen it a bunch of times. I personally not the number one fan of that comp, but also not the number one hater either. But Sam, there's plenty of tape on it. They probably have some sort of idea how to deal with it, and maybe they prepped a lot for it just specifically so they can actually play against this Phoenix Cypher comp.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at like how they've performed on other maps, we also have to bear in mind that their sample sizes are like 2 plays here, 1 play there, so it's very difficult to take too much stock, as Pilski said. But you know, we have seen that Phoenix played. We've also seen it played by other teams as well. You play it as that kind of pseudo flash that you can play off of as well, and you start to kind of get an idea of what you can do against it. That being said, I'm still unconvinced. The other thing that worries me is that we've had Bind floated. NASR have not played Bind. They've allowed that to float all the way through to the 3rd map, and they have not played it at all this year. They haven't touched it.
They played it on week 2 of the groups against Focus, right?
Did they?
I think, yeah, they played 1 game on it, but that's it. Yeah, at this stage.
Okay, so 1 game. Yeah. So it's just a major concern that they've allowed that to go through. However, I've been proven wrong on a Bind before. Falcons, they were like, yes, we haven't played this map. Yes, we will win this map.
You've been proven wrong before, Sam. No way. You're always right. No shot.
I mean, usually, every now and then I have a Pilski on the desk that calls my bluff. You would be surprised how often I'm wrong and I just fake it to make it.
But honestly, I hope we're not wrong this time with the Phoenix comp. I like to see it. I like to see it for the chaos. I think obviously there are better options maybe on that map, but again, on a map where Pilski, it does feel like it's getting quite kind of old school Icebox where everybody runs the same thing over and over and again, and every now and then you get a little bit of spice in there. I feel like I welcome the spice in this scenario.
Yeah, guys, remember in 2021 where you did the molly into A main and then you flash it and you kill people? Like, remember that play? And then sometimes you flash other stuff and kill people. It's really good. But I think every time I see Phoenix, I just wish it was KO, you know, because you KO knife the wall and cancel their whole execute with a free ability that recharges every 30 seconds. And you're a happy man, you know, or you know.
So hot take. I don't like KO either. In fact, I would far rather see other initiators used instead. Just because I think that KO can also be a little bit of bait. Like, he's one of those agents that's got such a high ceiling. And if you hit that ceiling, you are a god amongst men. But if you don't hit that ceiling, what are you doing with your life? And 9 times out of 10, go ahead.
Sam, you don't have to hit a ceiling with KO. You can hit the wall. You can hit, you know, like a box. You can hit the floor. That still works.
My favorite is hitting the wall and flashing my whole team. That's my favorite. But I don't know if
I just hit my face palm, but you know.
Yeah, there's lots of options. We are currently experiencing a delay right now, so we will let you keep you guys updated as to what is going on. But let's talk about maybe the rest of this map pool and also the stakes for this match. Of course, it is elimination. Points, it will be very, very important, of course, for every single stage we go into. But Sam, you don't want to go out this early, especially with teams like G2 being super consistent. You know, we're seeing KC doing it. BBL is always up there. If teams want to go to champs, they have to rack up the points now.
Yeah, I mean, this is the second stage, so you're almost kind of out of options after this one. You'll need a hero run, particularly for these two teams. You would need a hero run in the third GC, maybe even win the whole thing if you were to go out here and still want a shot at champs. So it is a really, really tight position to be in. And both of these two teams, we kind of mentioned it a little bit earlier, but they have very similar trajectories, right? Like they scraped through groups. Both of them, you know, went out really early in the playoffs last stage. Obviously, this is when Heroic, the core 3 was still playing under Neon Blade. So they also had a little bit of a run in the playoffs, but they went out super early. Both of them have really just struggled to find a footing and to get to grips. And that's terrifying because when you look at the graph of every other team and how it has just continued to increase and get better, and they bring in these like star super players and that elevates them even more. Like these two teams have to be doing so much more to get to that level if they one, want to get to champs, and two, have a snowball's hope in hell of achieving anything at champs.
I don't think I really put these two teams in the same bucket. For me, I think like Heroic, they're really struggling, and Neon Blade I think did decently last season, but this season's been a big struggle. I think for NASR, they've had this core that's been together for a while. They've been decent for quite a while, and did decently last stage as well. I was actually surprised to see them lose to Valiant, who were on a good run, as I mentioned before. For them, like I think they've already shown the ability to beat some pretty good teams. Like they're taking maps off Falcons. They went 2-2 in groups. For them, I think this is a chance for them to have like almost a game to settle the nerves and bounce back off the bottom of the lower bracket. And if they can win this one convincingly and pick up enough momentum and enough self-belief and confidence in themselves, then they can maybe try and ride that trajectory and beat one of these better teams that's left in the bracket. Because let's be real, like especially with KC back in and all of these really good teams, like I really feel like GC EMEA is really stacked this season. Like there's just so many rosters, and for a team like NASR Ignite that's just solid, like a decent team with a solid experience, they've had a good core, they've got some good players, you are really hard pressed to beat how many like kind of superstar teams almost there are in this season of EMEA.
Oh yeah, I'm with you as well. It's also about time we have a bit of a Cinderella run, right? It's always the usual suspects lifting trophies out here. But as you guys can see, here's the comps that NASR have been running on the 3 maps we'll be seeing today. We talked a little bit about the Ascent already. Just make sure you guys realize that the big number is how many times they play the comp, not the win rate. I feel like I immediately looked at it, I was like, they've not 100% win rate with that Phoenix comp, that's a lie. But also looking at towards Icebox, I'm a big fan of the Gecko, but I like the Gecko Sage. I would have liked to see them just kind of run with the Gecko Sage instead of just a solo Gecko. How do you guys feel about that?
Okay, hot take. No duelist, you bring in the Sage instead. Oh, mwah, chef's kiss.
That's literally what I just said.
Oh, I thought you meant like replace something else for the Sage.
No. I should have been more specific. That's such a
in
hot
that
take,
case,
Sam. Damn.
In that case, high five.
That's definitely seeing more and more popularity. Like I've definitely seen more no duelist Icebox than I expected to see. I've even seen some like double controller icebox with the clove mixed in. As for the NASR comp, that's the comp that the team that I play with like runs, and I really like this comp, like the double initiator. It's really flexible. There's a lot of different things you can do. Like it's a personal fave of mine. But I can definitely, I feel like Icebox is really interesting because there's a lot of different comps you can run and a lot of different substitutes you can put in there. With obviously the same boring core agents, but it's the spicy ones that you mix in, you know, the extra couples.
The spicy meatballs.
Yeah. You know,
Okay,
like running a clove, you know, double control.
Oh.
What about the
Oh,
FPX
you're an
comp, you know?
FPX? I was going to say you're an FPX sim.
Let's just run
I like it.
like 4 controllers and just smoke the whole map and then win.
I mean,
you know?
it does work for FPX. It does work. But this is the other thing, though. We talk about how stacked our teams are, our EMEA right now, but we also have to remember the frequency in which there are roster changes and the fact that teams don't have all of the luxury of building the same team, working out their prep together, refining their comps, etc., etc. So where do you get the spiciness out of that, Pilski? As a coach, I'll allow you to put your coach's hat on for a minute. What are you prioritizing when you have to bring in somebody new and wanting to experiment?
Oh, it's hard. Like, you have to strike a fine balance. Personally, I think I prefer to like let people play the roles and the agents that they're comfortable with most of the time. But like, it really depends. I think it's really dependent on who you have on your team. There's some players in Valorant that like, they genuinely don't care what they play and they'll just do like what they're told. And there's some players that will like, you put them on the wrong agent and they're just self-destruct. So you really have to kind of know who you have on your team and what their skill set is, and strike a fine balance between like the whole macro, like big picture aspect of the game and like what you're trying to go for, and also people's comfortability and having them have agency over things, because you can't just give 5 agents to the boys and tell them, you know, this is what we're doing. We're playing Brimstone, you know, 4 controllers, and you know, this is my vision, because it's not going to work.
I mean,
Tell that to Angel.
Sorry. That's the great thing
Alright.
about coaching like a local regional team, is that we don't have to win big tournaments. So I can say to them, this is the comp we're running, figure it out, learn it. Like, I don't care. That's what we're doing. Good luck, have fun.
Oh, what are you running on a Sam right now, Sam? Since you don't like chaos.
Oh,
so
that
what,
is
what are you
leaks.
guys
I will
running
say,
on a Sam?
okay, so I felt really awkward because I was running this comp and then it was run in VCT, but we run Yoru's over.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
So they
And
stole
then-
it from you.
They did. We were scrimming it, and I was waiting for everyone to go, oh, they stole that comp from VCT. No, we were scrimming this for like 2 weeks in advance. We didn't steal it.
I think like I played a lot of Ascent like at boot camp recently, and the comp that we got stomped the hardest on by was like Viper, Fade, Yoru, like something else. It was like the weirdest combo of 5 agents ever. We loaded in and we were like, this comp is trash, and then we got like 18-6 or something. We were like, okay, maybe.
You got humbled.
Maybe we were the trash ones all along.
Yeah, you got humbled. But this has been a great chat, you guys. But we do have a bit of a delay right now. We're just getting a player to be able to connect to the server, and we're going to throw it to a break. But let us know what you want to see on Ascent in chat, and don't just put the default comp, because that's really boring. And we'll see you on the backside of this.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you.
From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. Every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Low key, I tell I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly, and with the drama, tell 'em miss me. Won't ever let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we?
Welcome back, everybody. I have an update for you guys regarding the game taking place between Heroic and NASR. Toka is experiencing some connectivity issues, so we will be seeing a substitution coming in her place. And I believe I'm allowed to tell you guys who it is. Pilski and Sam. It is a player that we all know and love and very familiar with. So Spadovka, I believe, will be playing in place of Toka. And in terms of roles and everything, you know, this could work, Sam. It does make sense.
You know, I don't think it's the perfect plug and play if you go for like a 1-for-1, but Spadovka is a phenomenal player in her own right, and there are places where you could make her work, as she normally plays a duelist. So I'm thinking, hear me out, I'm thinking double duelist ascent with the Phoenix, which is a comp I hate, but it would make it work quite well for the team. You still get that Phoenix shenanigan. Spadovka slots in super easily. That solves one map. We'll have to see what they do for the rest, but I could see this working. And personal bias, I freaking love Spadovka, so I'm really excited to see her playing today.
I will say I'm glad you mentioned the Phoenix, because saw Spadovka in real life at the Rebel event, playing Phoenix a couple of times, and Pilski, she looked great. If anything, this makes me slightly more excited having to see the Phoenix comp on Ascent.
I remember Spadovka playing like a bit of KO, bit of Sky and stuff like that personally, so like you could
that works better.
Slot her into the initiator role. It's not the same as having like a Sova specialist or something like that, but you know, worst case scenario, she can shoot a dart at a wall. It's well within her capability to shoot a dart at a wall and then probably shoot 4 to 5 people, is my guess. Yep. So I think she'll be just fine. And arguably for a player of her experience level and what she's achieved, might even be a better player to have in your team at the end of the day, especially in a do-or-die lower bracket playoff match. And there's worse games to sub her in, and there's worse substitute players to be putting in your team. So I think still definitely feeling confident about NASR's chances here. However, if you are heroic and you've had a rough season, and you know you're going into a game like this where the other team does have some extenuating circumstances, take full advantage, get yourself a dub, get yourself some more points, and go into this game full focus, because you know you need to take every edge you can get.
It's an unfortunate circumstance for sure for the side of NASR. Toko, of course, we highlighted our fantastic player, really glues this team together, but because of this substitution, as a result of having to bring in Spadovka and making sure everything works, we are going to take an extended break here to facilitate the team and to make sure we can get our game going. So me, Pilski, and Sam are also going to take a break here, and we'll see you guys hopefully on the other side.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
In the realm of dreams I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, rubber dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
been told, but it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, you got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling.
bitter, sweet, fiery heat. Whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, 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 I won't let go. Ain't never giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Gonna push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. 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 Spirits climbing, love contriving, passion driving, the tempers rising. Whoa, stop pushing me. You're gonna push so hard, I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, I won't let go, I won't let go. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. 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 Ride on the wings of the hurricane.
Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Because I'm in control. chateau in the mountains got changed. Yeah, jet set through the islands. I changed zip codes like it is nothing. Top 10K first class on my side bang. Shorty went viral on a TikTok. Got 'em doing moves in a big mouth. Rocking their head doing pop lock. 20 million streams so she won't stop. Can't stop. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night. Oh, we light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. Only show me love, I don't clap back. Homie got a catfish face so you can have that. Topping hits on hits, can you handle that? Lose it all on a high stakes blackjack. That big trip, even in a lockdown. Big tips, only with the fans now. My click, pull up with the top down. We keep it going all night. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night. Oh, we light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah.
We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. Your mata, eh. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. Your mata, eh. Your
Welcome back once again, everybody. It's time to get into the second match of the day between Heroic and NASR. I've got Pilski and Sam with me. For those of you that didn't catch the update before the break, there will be an emergency substitution coming in for Toka. She was having connectivity issues, so this is a very last minute unintended emergency sub, and that substitute player, Sam, will be Spadovka.
Yeah, we touched on it very briefly before that previous break, but it's really exciting to get to see her having this opportunity. Obviously, she wasn't able to play in playoffs with her own team, and very likely she won't get to play the rest of playoffs, but she's going to be a phenomenal addition to the NASR roster, and this could be a huge opportunity for them to kind of get the upper hand over Heroic, right? Because this is a bit of a curveball to be thrown at them, but there is that kind of flip side of, well, she's not a regular on the roster, and as Pilski alluded to a little bit earlier on, it could be a great opportunity for Heroic to actually take advantage.
Yeah, I'm keen to see. I mean, they could only get someone in, someone fast enough in. It's literally speed in the name, so you know, she was able to get into the roster pretty quickly, and I'm keen to see how she goes. I think still NASR should be the favorites, especially because she's just got so much match experience and so many good results under her belt that she should be well and truly good enough to play in NASR for this match and then still do well.
Of course, the maps were also revealed, and it's going to be Ascent, Icebox, and Bind. So let's take a look at agent select for Ascent. Normally, we would see the Phoenix here, at least for the side of NASR. So it would be interesting to see with this emergency substitute situation, if they're going to stick to it. They will.
There's my double duelist. Much hype. Sorry, Pilski, I'm very excited.
No, that's okay. I mean, you know, they're just changing out the Senti. I mean, this comp is always for me changing out the Cypher, in the Killjoy for the Cypher. And that's something that I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see continue if like Neon meta starts to take over, to see like a change of the Senti and the Cypher see a lot more popularity to start countering the Neon. And then obviously the Phoenix in for the KO, but the core of the comp stays the same. It obviously plays pretty differently, but yeah, I'm keen to see how it goes. And you know, I think Spadovka, it makes sense to just put her on the agent that Toki plays. She might not be as much of a server specialist. She might be missing a few key lineups, so maybe they can't run that special trap play that they had prepared, that you need to ping the dart off the wall and, you know, time it with the KO flash or something like that, or, you know, do the specific server ult. But she could probably shoot a dart at a wall, and that'll be fine.
Well, let's jump into game. Here's Mitch and Ash. Have fun with this one, guys.
Thank you so much, folks. Yeah, I'm very excited. You know, I hope it comes down to more than just firing an arrow at the wall kind of thing, but who knows? These are tough circumstances to have to come in and play under. Last second substitute coming into a match where otherwise I think both of us had the opinion this would be a fairly one-sided game, but now it does throw a little bit of doubt into it. But Ash, with that said, we've seen before what can happen when you put a substitute into a roster. We've seen it a few times with Heretics. Who knows? Maybe NASR's system's going to adjust well with Spadovka. Definitely a capable player to have step in.
There's a reason why there is the term super sub, right? Just that a opportunity to just totally catch a team off guard in that kind of sense. But to start things off, we've already got quick execution over towards this B side. Great arrow, but not able to capitalize off of it really on the side of NASR so far.
My camera is
We've still got Luxie here driving towards backside.
Well, one of those shocks does land and do quite a bit of damage as Spadovka falls. Luxie with a bit of pressure, unable to deliver more than one, but damage done and eyes distracted. Pulled towards that back position as Marty's able to sneak her way down. It's all on Delida. 1 versus 2, and with low HP and a quick swing in, NASR are able to take the pistol round.
Really nicely done there. I mean, Heroic got a little bit stalled out initially, especially over towards like Switch there, over on that B side, but now we're going to see them look to run it back over towards B into their eco round. Anti-eco on NASR, looking to keep it pretty standard as far as everything goes. Doesn't look like Marty's actually going to be looking to save up to eco for an op into round 3 or 4 this time around, but maybe a little bit more of an aggressive look here towards mid, pushing out into arches there. Great one way though to stall out the garage.
Makes it really tough to push into this angle. You see they even try the flash, it doesn't pop, but still They're able to grab the kill on the other side. Nice start for Heroic, although the finish isn't as pretty. Valorant now down to 18 HP, and well, I was going to set up Lida, but there was no chance. Nice shot by Ari. Still some damage done, but ultimately 3 players surviving. It's not the end of the world for that defense.
It's definitely not. Keeping a lot of that, the heavier, more expensive weaponry that they had actually invested into this round to carry back over. But now this is where we kind of look over towards Heroic as far as it goes with their opportunity to try and convert their anti-eco into the third one. Looking to make it as clean as possible here as well. So far, the pacing's been pretty quick. High octane play into the first 2 rounds. Now we're looking at more of that kind of standard default-esque setup. And you see, Luxie's just been flip-flopping back and forth here so far. It's only been 3 rounds, of course, but we can expect her to be a bit more dynamic with those setups in that kind of regard.
Definitely will be swapping up. Safia, good for the first, but dropped right after. Nice little follow-up as well. NASR making use of the weaker weapons with the element to surprise at their back. 61 HP left on Scylla as well. So the damage here is pretty considerable. The question is, where do Heroic decide to take things? I saw the spike moving to A. That could have been dangerous, especially if it was split up solo. And already you have to think they've shown their willingness to push on mid, but the chances NASR haven't pushed up main. We can see that, yeah, Marty is kind of far back, but it's not worth it for Heroic to take the risk. They group up instead.
Now they ducked away from that owl drone that had come out as well. Now looking to maybe push and pull it, but gets a little bit more difficult here is that really the only playmaking piece of utility that you have is going to be the paranoia in the hands of Lida. No flashes available here for Sile. At the very least, Luxie will be spotted out.
Nice shot. That's Lida dropped, but the swing afterwards does not work out for anything more than damage. With 23 and 6 HP though, Speedovka's got an opportunity. Talked about her shock darts in general. Well, they could do a lot of damage here. The swing, unfortunately, not going to find success with the trade coming in quickly. Heroic able to take the round, but this was not a full buy round for NASR. This was bonus that has left only 1 player on the other side.
They made it worthwhile, that's for sure, making their pockets hurt on the side of Heroic. You're going to see the light shield buy come out as a result of that. Now, it's going to be, oh, interesting, Rip. I'm learning so much.
Okay.
I actually haven't seen that one thrown before. A little cheeky diagonal one, but Marty is going to have that operator for the long angle over towards mid. Heroic playing super far back, aware of that possibility, still going to be pinged out by the dart, force off the angle.
Yeah, dash was used for the response and not going to be online for the later stage of the round. Oh, the read peek there, a little bit risky. Damage done, 61 left on Marty. Challenge all across the map for Heroic. This is a default play as they look to pick off some players. So far, NASR have done well to avoid losing anyone, and even the damage done to Marty, it is an operator on the other side. So 1 shot from her, and she'll be able to get out of dodge on that close little angle. The question is when is that first big fight going to come through? It looks like this could be it. And the cloud burst, it gives a little gap. Marty doesn't capitalize, but now there's someone trapped in the corner.
Oh, I'm not aware. Had no idea that Adora had necessarily pushed up. Jump peeking just to double check, but having the angle on her. Now that creep up, you've got late A main presence here for Lida here as well on this split towards A.
Smoke off for Nami too. They only need to focus on the front sight. The flash from Safia, absolutely perfect. Defending the back onto the classic. There's no stopping Safia. A lack of ammo. Now the reload comes in and the health right back up. There's all 5. Safia with an ace on site. There was support, but you couldn't tell. It was hardly needed.
Just using Generator to her full advantage there and finding her ultimate here as well into the next round. We get to see the replay. It got so dodgy. Both players ran out of bullets. And Safia was quicker to the draw. Now we see, once again, Luxie continuously changing these setups, making it so difficult for Heroic to try and guess, try and pick it apart round for round. Not giving that ability for them to comfortably adapt.
A crucial round to have won as well. Safia gets the ult on the back of it and runs straight on in, taking these players down, opening the doors for Luxie to do the same. The flash is intense with the damage done. Lida soon to fall. Surely now, that's another kill. Okay, I guess Luxie was low, so the body shot all that was needed. And just losing 2 in the end, it's certainly not the end of the world for NASR. A flashy display, to say the least.
Oh, it definitely was. And that's just the Phoenix ultimate used off rip off the round that she was able to actually earn that here as well. And the fact that I actually think it's crazy that he has survived continuously, like only maintaining 6 points needed for his ultimate. I guess he doesn't have that much play here, at least in the pro leagues and whatnot, when realistically, but it just allows you to cycle it up over and over again. And it's such a huge danger. Oh, great reposition, but all this mid control here for NASR.
Oh my, look at the TP that Lida just pulled off. From the shadows, straight into Boathouse. I don't think it was her. Lida has the jump by far. Nami had no way to react. B side is now wide open and defended by Lida. The door will be left open for the time being, but crossing into main is the real problem. Marty's on the push-up, not expecting them so close. Super Frog, good for the double. A little bit more from Safia. Always able to dig deeper, but no flashes remaining. That position will just be given up, and it is a 2v4 we end up in with Lida falling. It's a 2v2 now because Scylla's gone as well. Okay, how are we low tagged up on the right? Info there to play with, and both players on the choke point. This round has exchanged hands multiple times, but somehow it seems to be NASR coming out on top again. Barely any health left for Adora, and she is running for the hills. Recovers a weapon, only 13 bullets, but it should be enough for 2 kills. 68 on Safia. Luxie up close though, catches the angle before Safia does. 5-1 for NASR, and a convincing start. You know, when you come in with a double duelist, I expect to see a lot. Right now though, it's basically being the single duelist, the single player for NASR. Safia is going lights out.
She really is. It is a great wall to reposition there as well. Fall back, be able to play with Luxie on site, who had amazing timing, throwing down that cage, able to find her one and just catching Heroic off guard, not expecting her to be so aggressively pushed up over towards the front of that B site. Now, once again, defaults here on the side of Heroic. All sheriffs in hands here onto the eco. Just looking to see if they can garner any sense of aggression out of the side of NASR. They've done really well, though, for denying Marty these angles, this time playing that outlaw.
I think that's on these weaker weapons, you've got to be so careful, right? You talked about the outlaw.
No!
Ari, what is that? Just entirely off of sound cues, hearing where the drone came from. Marty on site under pressure, and the Blade Storm will drop her too. That is an uncouth way to take the B site, but one that I am very much behind. The wall bangs, sending them into a 5v3.
Just to send things, right?
Usually you've got a reveal or something though, right?
I know, but oh my god. It's straight to the dome too, and now you've got Lida playing disruption here towards mid with that lockdown coming out, just trying to force them to stay inside. Nami getting the drop on her at the very least. Safia is caught up, detained here into market.
There's no way to punish that at least, but it has run the clock down further, and that starts to be a big problem with all these angles unchecked. And Scylla popping off. Oh, 4 headshots, 3 kills alongside them. 2 were through the wall. That's another round found for Heroic, and this one looks much better, shockingly, when they only have pistols.
Listen, there's a reason why in the community the Sheriff is like the gun, the weapon of Game Changers, the one that these players are so well known for. It feels like they play with like some sort of unmatched confidence when they've got the Sheriff in hand, and they'll land the most insane shots coming down straight to those mechanics. But this time a different look. We're going to see some aggression over towards A main coming out from these duelists here. Marty to shoot out that 0 point, keep the blades in hands as they might not expect Light on the upper angle. She's still playing tuck though.
Take flight.
It's going to be a slow burn to that fight, but when the smoke fades, the battle is unavoidable. Marty able to drop Lida. Scylla far enough back that she's not committed to the angle. Problem is, Heroic now committed to a disadvantage. 5 versus 4. They look for the B site. Traps caused problems on A before. We saw it. Damage Safia was able to get done. This time, though, bypassed and already towards the back of the site. Hunter's Fury firing out, looking for victims and actually finding some connections. Still a little bit too far away, though, to get tagged. It doesn't seem to matter. Speedovka's got her Odin in hand and angle unchecked, but there were just too many to hold on to. 1v4, some damage done, but the chances looking slim.
Yeah, not much you can do here. That spike is just unrecoverable. It would take a miracle. You just have to save this weapon into the next round. You've got Ari and Lida who are on low credits going into the next one, so it'd be pretty surprising to see Sile actually try to go for something. And she does nonetheless find Speedovka, but that is all she wrote. Expected here in that particular 1v4. Now we've got the side of NASR. I mean, they just look so good so far on defense, and this is the side of the map where you wouldn't necessarily expect that kind of explosiveness to come out from them with that double duelist composition. It leaves a lot to be...
This goes here. Wow, this is a nice spot. Right here.
Well, okay. Well, I lost my word there, Mitch. I'm not gonna lie to you. It makes you curious to see what attack's gonna be like.
I gotta say, Ash, it happens to me probably more than anyone, so don't worry. But yeah, I think that Heroic at this point, right? 2 pistols to work with, mixed by 1 ult in the back pocket. It's not looking like the best of rounds, but this is where they've made it work before. Already some spam attempts on the return to Speedovka. We saw it in B main. They were coming through from Auri, who, well, let's just say that those players have a score to settle right now. And, well, shockingly, it's the Sheriff that's leading the charge for wallbangs. For Heroic, minute 5 seconds on the clock. They've taken a lot of space towards B, but it doesn't look like they want to end there.
A lot of pressure, but I like how NASR's ebbing and flowing across the map. You've also got Lida, who's been lurking over towards A main, hearing all of this information, knowing that the push is coming out once again from those duelists.
Yeah, Lida, well, look, that information does come with a pretty hefty price tag, although Adora able to take advantage of the rotations that were just about to come through. B site stalled out a little bit, and now the A defenders under pressure. Nami's here, right down below. It might be on her contact that we see Safia pop a flash. The jump peaks are there as well to try to draw their eye. Good stuff from Luxie to find the 1 ult used by Safia, walking straight past the player. This could be a huge problem. Now, when that ult comes through and the player is sent back to main, there's going to be Ari waiting for her and just about managing to find the shots. Time desperately low. 10 seconds left, and the spike down in the open, unretrievable for Ari. Despite that kill, despite the retrieved rifle, the rest of the team couldn't hold on to that spike, couldn't get it towards her. So we'll see. Well, I would say a save. It looks like Ari's playing a pretty risky game here, but in the end, unpunished.
I mean, it was their eco, right? So you might as well just see, okay, let me see if I can get 1 or 2 more, just whittle down some of the weaponry that they have in hand. Op is back up here, and of course, you've got the Odin still online for Speedovka going into this round for the side of NASR. That timing was insane, though. I feel like you look towards Ari and Adora. They made their debut last stage under Neon Blade, and we couldn't shut up about them. Mechanically, individually, they look like such strong players. Adora already nearly in there, but Luxie has set back up over towards the safe site. They can hear that utility. Makes them a bit more hesitant on the draw.
The Shock has got the trap. I mean, that's the exact trap that caused them problems before when you saw Adora go dashing into the site and get pulled back by it, and Safia was able to punish through the smoke. Now they go back in the other direction, but Marty is waiting, and the shot will land this time. Killjoy utility down and out of the round. We look towards another hero for Heroic.
Still that lurk over towards that A main side, though. However, Telpar, that was previously on Generator, was swapped back over towards that main choke point. Null command up, and it's still going to be a push to split.
That null command just about caught Luxie, so Util will come back online. The second fact, it's just come back. Safia to play with. The timing, absolutely perfect. And you start to feel like it's another one of those plays from Safia. She's done enough, dropping the spike in the open, leaving it in a position where Marty can hold down, and hold she will. 8-2. NASR, stop that push before a foot is set on the A side.
the individual skill that's just coming out on the side of NASR right now. Their duelists truly shining. And it's not to take anything away from Heroic either. They're making different plays round for round. They're trying not... They're doing their damnedest, honestly, not to be readable, adjusting how they're approaching towards mid, going back to a bit more of a default style. They're kind of trying every single avenue possible, but they continuously just get shut down by either Safia or Marty getting 1 to 2 picks just tucked into a little corner, playing their micro, using the environment to their advantage.
Yeah, and then the rounds where things kind of do go right for them. I mean, think about Auri managing to avoid the run it back, getting the kill, opening up a site, but it's a low buy round. They have another strategy. They've ran through top mid. They've lost this bottom mid, I suppose. Lost the spike, and it's over. You know, there's been a couple of flashes in the pan. I think the concerning thing being, you know, one of their rounds coming off the back of a thrifty play with wall bangs out of Sheriffs. You know, it doesn't feel like when rifles are out, when it's a neck and neck round, that Heroic are getting that close, honestly. And when you take a look at where the economy's at over on the side of NASR, there are a couple players starting to lower the credits a little bit, 650, 1,100, but that's balanced out by the bank of Marty over there. I'm curious to see, you know, obviously on defensive side up against this Phoenix, there's a lot of, excuse the pun, but curveballs that get thrown your way, and it can be hard to adjust to.
It really is, and I think struggling maybe with the pacing that NASR is going for the fights right now, because they're really not afraid to take those duels on site. They're not really playing for those retake situations for the most part because they don't have that KJ in their kit where you might look to play for a lockdown eventually. More so looking to completely stall out any of these choke points. And then when it does come to those retakes, they just flood in so quickly. And Heroic, they've adapted by looking at some of those defaults, committing those lurks over towards A main when NASR were previously ebbing and flowing over there. And it's got a different position this time around with Nami tucked over towards Wine. They're just shutting the door on them. Sure, we can give you tree, we'll give you that space, but then you're boxed in. There's not much more you can do here.
I think there is a read from Heroic, though, about B. They heard the drone used from spawn, and it went through market. That meant Auri 100% heard it. And if you've heard that drone around market, and it went through market, where'd it come from? It wasn't close. You would have heard it. They know that's a spawn hole. But it was actually a bit of a bait for Marty the whole time, who had been stood there with an op since that drone went out, waiting for the peak. It didn't come through. Speed off Cadeau. Well, it was fire a dart, get the kill. It certainly works out this time. And with Luxie picking up middle, the information goes their way. That's not too bad for an Odin, who's going to be getting into position right about now, looking to pick off some heads. But as the reveal comes through, everyone's safely behind the boxes. The thing is, NASR know exactly where they are, and all that's left to do now is to break down those doors and bust into sight. Man advantage to work with, one extra player as NASR heal in and peel out. My goodness, that was a quick conclusion to a retake.
All three players tucked in towards Boathouse here on B site, and just perfectly played. You've got that paranoia coming in, aware of the fact that that operator was picked up. They're going to be holding back. They didn't have the time to actually reposition and dodge back over towards main side. They would have seen the cross with that market positioning, and then you've also got that neural theft that gave everything away. But again, it's the speed at which NASR are approaching these rounds. Heroic, I'd like to see maybe a bit more of a heads-on approach coming out from them, just try to meet them where they are, because NASR are kind of just driving the entire pace right now here, despite being on defense.
They really are. It's that retake ability. I don't think we see it so much here on B, but definitely on the A site, where so much of this utility from NASR is so punchy. When they're setting up for a retake, you don't see a lot, and all of a sudden, paranoia, curveballs coming in, someone's dashed on you, Speed Off has got a reveal up top. You've got so much to manage in such a short space of time, and it seems like they're always able to peel advantages out of that. Auri caught on the lurk on B. The play is coming in elsewhere. Ult used by Safia, caught immediately. You're done. You're dusted, and the site is now overthrown. But there's a man behind enemy lines. A sneaky play from Nami, perhaps an opportunity to catch them later in the round.
Will Lida have the timing?
You could argue the timing was there. The shots most certainly weren't on the other side. Spam's coming through the floor. Nami will eventually fall, and Adora even has time to adjust towards heaven. That is a perfect play from the attacking Jet as the spike finally makes it to the ground. It looks like the players on the defense will join it. Nicely done to close this out 9-3 at the half. It's not a great half, but it's a lot better than it could have been.
Bit more comfortable. You know, you secure the pistol round. That's a must going into the second half. But we get to see a little bit of a replay of how this actually panned out for them. They sped up quite a bit over towards Tree. Much different approach. Time was kind of working against the side of Heroic previously, especially because, you know, looking over towards how NASR were playing a lot of these rounds, they didn't have a utility that they really needed to expend super early on. It was very reactive play coming out from them, and Heroic often didn't have the tank in the gas in the tank left to actually push on through after all that time has dwindled. Let's see how they approach this. It looks like an aggressive walkout towards B main. Find that map control early.
They've got an aggressive stance with a nice reactive play on mid. Paranoia actually had faded by the time the kill comes in, but respective. Already able to grab the frag, take the site, and, well, Heroic good ideas, execution, leaves something to be desired.
Just play this sandwich retake here. Tommy, knife out. Just around the corner. Does she get the second? It's only going to be the first. Now, 3v4 into this retake. Superfrog does have the recon. Great molly to delay here on top of rafters.
This reveal standing is actually what pushes NASR to go around that corner to take the fight. They find it very successfully. The advantage now doubled up on even more so with Marty on 4 kills. And to be honest, you know, early start, winning the pistol for NASR. First of all, nail in the coffin for Heroic. 4 kills as well on Marty. First of all, we're seeing that second duelist, right? I'm eating my words. Fair play. What have you made? It's just a crazy shot. And the second part is that you might have a Blade Storm pretty soon.
Yeah, and that's going to be really tough to deal with, especially if you look into some, like, during the bonus when you're heading up against the bonus round with your anti-eco and whatnot. But when you're down also 3-10, you have really no option but to buy up. Heroic, though, gonna opt to play it safe with their money. Surprising, because this is normally where you would expect, okay, they can't quite afford full guns here, Mitch. Let's buy up as much as we can, try and contest that as much as we can, and get that 4th round on the board. But NASR have full opportunity to just continue to snowball through them.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ash. It's fairly common to see that force buy. I do like the fact that they're not just taking an eco and throwing it away, playing default, see what they do. Instead, they're stacked up on B. The only problem is the success that Luxie's had. The A site's wide open, even now killed Silva. So that was the last bastion of hope for this squad, because now NASR are going to walk into that wide open site, and Heroic, you know, it's going to be a difficult choice, especially with Marty finding those kills early. But I guess even just the round that's in it, you're probably going to see these players go down to the spike, maybe look for some exits. But this gamble has not paid off.
It really hasn't. Now you've got Nami just cutting off this rotation towards mid. She's top cat. Ari's been spotted out here as well. Not expecting her on the angle because there was someone over towards Tree. Looking pretty impossible for Heroic to find any value into this round. It's done and dusted, as we've just about expected. And Savia, did she get the run it back? Or if she didn't, she's like about 1 away. I think they've been investing into her here with a lot of those plants. And yeah, it'll just be 1 away from that Phoenix ultimate, which could make all the difference on this buy round here for Heroic.
Especially attack side in a map like Ascend, it's going to be so easy to get in and find those orbs to wrestle the control out of your opponent's hands, and this is very worrying. Again, we spoke about substitutes and how well they can fit in your system. I think Speedovka is just a fantastic player in general, one of the most experienced that we have within the scene, so filling into a support role is not going to be something that, like Pilsky said, you might have problems with the exact recon or something like that, but you're not going to have trouble with playing the game, you know, and actually supporting your team. Here, we do have a pretty good start for Heroic. They've shut down both Safia and Marty, the two leading the charge. I think Safia was like 11-2 or something. Definitely slowed down, but that's just the surprise element of the Phoenix. And then you move into late game. Marty's holding with ops and just finding value. Here on the attack, don't expect that a round like this to happen every time. Heroic have gotten away with a good start. Let's see if it's going to be closed out in the same fashion. It certainly looks like it.
And Diligent, really nice angles being set up there from Heroic to guarantee that they get those trades with the crosses. Now looking to find this space over towards the east side. Paranoia had just faded on that push in, and Super Frog easily cleans up. A 4th round for Heroic, a much needed one, but we can't forget that NASR are consistently just 1 away from that match point from here on out. And we were talking a bit about how we look towards Vitovka, how she's fitting in here, Mitch. And we have to keep in mind, like, she's an initiator player. Sure, she doesn't typically play Sova. She plays that KO, but that means she's usually all the more ready to go in, trade you out, and guarantee that she is setting you up well. And I think it also goes to how well Nami is calling for this team, ensuring that everyone is on the same page when you do have a player that you're not typically used to playing with.
Joke's over.
This will be a stalled start until the ult is used. Safia straight up through market, synchronizing with the B main push. They've got a lot of control. The flash doesn't do a lot in the nade. Well, they'll just send Phoenix back. Even if it had claimed the kill, the ult comes to its end in the B site now. Under threat, dodging out the paranoia, although not able to land the shots. Quick response by Nami and the entirety of NASR flood in. Scylla trying to sneak in as the smoke just faded. And it won't work with the steps heard of Lyda. This is going to be the end. Safia sneaking through middle, has the perfect flank, the information to work with. Well, no way that one was slipping out of their hands. 12-4 on Heroic's map pick with a substitute. This is an accolade I think NASR can wear pretty proudly.
It really is, and there were concerns about not just, you know, Toka having the situation of having her electricity going out and whatnot, but also the concern of, okay, is that extra stress going to have an effect on these players on the side of NASR? And it hasn't been the case. They're very focused on just being able to play their own game so successfully at that, adapting so well in these scrappy situations where that Jet and that Phoenix really do thrive playing off of each other. Now 1 away from winning this match. Heroic need heroics to actually find themselves back into it. Hey, I took a page of the book. Yeah, you're too happy about it.
Hey, listen, if in doubt, pull the Odin out. That's what they always say. Who are they? Don't ask me.
It's
we
just
don't need to talk about that. It's just me and Enzo. But like, hey, Calm will be in that bracket too. I got some pretty big names backing me up. All right, I'm feeling good. Still, NASR are going to try to push this one forward, even with the disadvantage to play with from our Shrouded Step Harden used as Lyda moves to the back side, but the kills found very quickly. And despite the disadvantages presented numbers-wise, even on the push through, they're able to make it work. NASR looking like the just heads and shoulders better team at this moment. And with Auri on a pistol, a rifle has to be retrieved. It will be unchallenged. The 2v3 afterwards, a difficulty.
Really, especially with this wrap back around, you look at the positioning coming out from Nami right now. There will be that turret to alert them, but they're buying so much time on site. Such a slow approach on this retake from Heroic.
They don't want to jump the gun. This is their chance to hold on to it to start the comeback, but chances are looking low. Speedovka, the sub down below, takes one, and Auri on 70 HP should be an easy pickup. Nami delivers the headshot, so the health doesn't even matter. 13-4, a staggering result for NASR, who we expected to be the favorites, but they came in with a substitute, and we thought that will at least level the scales somewhat, but somehow they've come out of this looking better than ever.
They really have, and you have to wonder if on Heroic, if maybe there is a bit of that mental strain for them as well. They were knocked out of that upper bracket by G2, and it ended up being a 13-0 on one of the maps that they played on, unfortunately. And it's been, I think this is a team that's had the most difficult run as well here within the second stage. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how they maybe look to recoup, regroup, and regather themselves in this break between maps and trying to reset that mental going into our second.
Well, we will indeed have a break between maps with one coming up now, and after that, we'll be back with our analyst desk and Icebox. That is NASR's pick, so let's see if we make it to a third. We'll catch you back here in a few.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Wrong calls your name.
Well, it's an absolute fantastic start from NASR. They lead this series 1-0 in a very important elimination match. I'm your hosting, so I'm back here with Pilski and Sam. We were all kind of scratching our heads a little bit when we saw the map, Veto, and now having seen this double duelist comp despite having an emergency sub, Sam, we understand why maybe picking the Ascent is not the best idea.
Yeah, I mean, there was, like you said, there were already question marks about the map even before that, knowing that it wasn't really something that they had played much of, that they'd had any sort of success on at all. A lot of question marks floating around there, but, you know, NASR, in a somewhat similar boat, their Ascent has not been the best. I know Pilski did mention you have to consider the caliber of team that they'd been playing against, but the fact is, they'd been doing incredibly badly on it, and here they stomp on it. So well done.
Yeah, I think you know, they were taking like 8-9 rounds of like some of the better teams in the competition. You know, it's not the best results, but it's not bad still. At the end of the day, though, I think looking at Heroic's results in this comp and the struggle that they went through in the group stage and then not having the best first playoffs game, it just doesn't really feel like this iteration of this roster is really ready for this level of competition. And they just need to take a step back, go back to the drawing board. Like, they've done well already, let's be real, to get themselves some points, to get themselves into playoffs, but NASR were just bigger, faster, stronger in this game of Ascent, and I don't think that it was map dependent. I don't think that it was comp dependent. You know, I've watched enough tactical FPS to know when one team's shooting the other a little bit harder, they're just going to win the game. When they're looking more comfortable in the server, you know, in the competitive environment, then they're usually going to win, and that's what it felt like for NASR.
Yeah, I mean, Marty and Safir absolutely popping off. Like you said, they were just shooting, they were just killing, they were just fragging out. Not much you can do when two players are on the server like this. But as we move on to the next one, I just want to update you guys real quick. Of course, Spadovka came in, as you guys can see as well in these highlights. The super sub, emergency last minute sub. But as we head to Icebox, Sam, Toka, I've been told, will be playing this map. So the substitution and the playoffs run of Spadovka was short-lived by, but 100% win rate nevertheless.
Yeah, you know what? It was great to see a little bit of her here today, seeing a little bit of her shine and seeing her shoot hard. You know, we saw there were moments like Sova, not exactly her forte, but she could shoot ahead, and that's exactly what they needed her to do. She helped them get over the finish line on this first map, and I'm excited to see Toka come back in, because obviously that is the main lineup. She's going to be on that agent that she is familiar with, that they really need, and moving into Icebox, I think more than anything, the Sova becomes that much more important. So this is a great time to have her back on the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, exactly as you mentioned, I was kind of thinking to myself, will she play a different role if Spadovka's in? But it was just the Sova for both Ascent and Icebox, so good to see that Toka will be back in the lineup. You know, I think that it's going to be great confidence for NASR to not only have taken that game of Ascent so cleanly, but also, you know, be pretty confident heading into Icebox, especially given Heroic's record on it, that they could probably take this series 2-0. And like I said, I think this is going to be a great one for them to kind of bounce off the bottom of the bracket and just, you know, kind of warm themselves into the competition to start to play some of the harder teams. However, you know, let's see what Heroic has with this comp. They're playing the KO and the Gecko, and then over on the other side, the Sova Gecko. So almost mirror comps with just one different initiator on either side.
I miss the Sage, I'll be honest. I am a Sage enjoyer on this map, but I do like... So part of what I like about the Valkyries roster is that they have all of the mollies in the world. And playing up against a comp that doesn't have a Sage, B-site, easy hold. Like, you just keep tossing out those mollies and you're gonna make it hell to try and get that bomb planted. And then you have time for the rotations to come in, you have time to get it, you know, sneak in behind them and slowly dismantle them one for one before Spike has even been planted. So if they play this well, it could work out beautifully. But if they can't coordinate it, then it could just be another one-sided affair.
Of course, it was a little bit disastrous the last time we saw Heroic on this map, but it doesn't matter. It's a new day, it's a new dawn, and same old casters though, apparently. Here is Mitch and Ash to take you guys through Icebox.
Well, I'm sorry, Sue. We couldn't freshen it up. We couldn't change the casters in between the maps. But you know, I'm glad that the teams were able to change in between the maps. Somewhat terrifying to imagine that was NASR with a stand-in, and now they're going to their map pick with their full team. But you know what, Ash? Are you expecting a close game here?
Mitch, you really got to do me like that, huh? You're really gonna put me on the spot like that? That's crazy. That's really crazy.
Score prediction, Ash. What are you thinking?
I'm calling Tom right now to take my spot on the broadcast.
I think he's out. He's busy. Something. You know. You're stuck here. You're stuck here.
That's unfortunate. Well, I think that when you look at it, NASR are the ones to win this. I feel like it should be one of those 2-0 situations. Yeah, super bold, I think. Heroic, we did see those adaptations, but I really feel like NASR are kind of just unmatched right now in this particular series when it comes to that firepower alone.
Yeah, I think it's been clear, right? We saw a lot of rounds in the past map where there was a kill or two going their way on Heroic, and then it would fall apart again and again. Well, maybe it can be different this time. The pistol could set the tone for the map we're about to experience as Heroic take kill after kill, leaving Luxie and Marty alone, leaving, in fact, Marty alone. 1 versus 4, and it looks like that lead will be in their hands. Question mark? Okay, there we go. Eventually, and there were players all around, a full surrounding of that final player to guarantee the round 1-0 for Heroic.
Okay, very nice. A good start for them. They want to start on that front foot to kick off the second matchup. Again, it is an elimination day, so it's do or die. And they're the ones down a map here in this best of 3. But it's all about carrying this forward. We're going to see not quite the FPX buy, Bulldog buy instead, and keeping a couple of those sheriffs in hand just to bolster the bonus later on, depending on how that swings. And for NASR, they're looking at a more aggressive approach, walking up, trying to get that orb into the hands of Toka to kick things off before fully falling back. I'm going to call that wall up here as well, and just play towards back sight. You've got the rotation in here from Safia as well.
Oh, it was looking fantastic. You know, Safia was there, Luxie was there. Now this side is a little bit more bare. Marty 72 HP to work with behind the box, a position that they shouldn't now check after the nade went down. They might suspect it to be clear, but eventually they'll go running straight into her. 3 versus 4. Any more damage? It still won't really be felt. They need to drop a bunch of weapons before you see Heroic start to worry. And yeah, with 3 players walking out, all 3 have Bulldogs.
Nicely done, and then you have that opportunity to buy up into an eco weapon or even force all the way up into those rifles here for the 2 players that ended up saving into the last round. But now we're going to look towards how NASR are going to continue to approach this. We're seeing the same 3 stack over towards this A site. Doesn't look like they're going for that more aggressive play, knowing that they have those rifles in hand, going to play a little bit safer, not look for that orb control. Meanwhile, Heroic, full lean towards A here. You've got that defaulted Viper's screen over towards that B site.
Love it. Oh, the returns go towards Heroic. The flash on the other side doing well. Silly looking to move towards this site, the A site, under threat. And this is where Luxie has to fall back and grab one on the way. Fair enough. That works. Just straight through the wall. Through the smoke, rather.
It is what it is. The plant secured at the very least here. Heroic in a 4v3 situation. We have to keep in mind this is their bonus round that they're looking to convert.
Another nade used up. It already nanoed it. And now the fragment just to guarantee. Doesn't look like there's a way for NASR to get this across the line. The kills now. I mean, for Safia, the only question was how much more could she do? How many rifles could she drop? And the answer is next to none. Heroic starting to build up economy. 3-0 lead. Response for the return buy from NASR. This is a fantastic start to the map.
It really is. This is the kind of momentum that you want to see. The pivot as far as you know how difficult of a loss it was over on Ascent.
now heading into the second map, just finding that momentum early, something that you really need sometimes to kind of just like build that confidence back up within a team, within your players, to feel good and have a good time while you're playing at the very least as well. Because it really does come down to that mentality at times here, just being able to focus on your own game, not get into your heads about anything like your previous results, and continue to push forward. And we know that there is some of that veteranship on this team here on Heroic, especially looking towards their IGL in Sile. Great volley though.
Yeah, the mosh pit's good. Spam's not so much. You can't fault them for trying, but those bullets don't hit. NASR able to tuck away. Still that one player alive on the A site. 2 backing them up top. Good ability to at least do damage if Heroic do press on this. In fact, all 4 of these players on A, ready to crunch whenever the backside push comes through, but that's being spotted. Sile realizes that they're all here with the knife, and the rotation immediately towards the B site. Now it's Safia that has to hold strong, and in fact probably even play the retake, just let them get towards the site, slow them with the util.
Yeah, that's the big thing, is 30 seconds on the clock. That nanostorm will buy quite a bit of time as far as denying this plant right off the gate. Got the alarm bot not actually getting off, but I like how Adora is actually pushing forward, pushing past this smoke.
Yeah, really close fight to be found by Adora, and in fact finding a little bit more with all this space towards the back of the site. There was no way to lose it, and well, the final kill only confirms it. 4-0. Negligible damage done on the low buy for NASR. Now they come in with a full buy. They'll have rifles to play with. This is where they managed to find that commanding lead and well, close out the map in the same fashion last time. But a little bit of a different flavor to the beginning of this map.
A completely different flavor. It's gonna force out the early timeout here from NASR as well. Just knowing that they have to get around on this particular round, because you have the investment going into that operator. Your money is constantly in that back and forth economically, and it's been a bit of a struggle. And you look over towards the side of Heroic, and I do wonder if maybe the success that we're seeing here, Mitch, is the fact that you look towards Icebox, you compare it to Ascent. There's a lot more fluidity on Icebox. There's more opportunities to get a little interesting with the way you're looking to approach some of these rounds. Like, yes, it does tend to feel like a attack simulator most of the time, especially in that early round, but there are a lot more avenues that you can move on through versus on Ascent. We're getting stalled out of a lot of choke points. Like, the map control was so good for NASR, but you can't go for that nearly as much with how open some of these spaces are, such as towards A main, where it's much more easily punished.
Yeah, I think quite simply, you know, Ascent is just a much more linear map in the way that you're going to approach it. Like, even the fights on a site are much more understandable, two-dimensional. Here, there's a lot more complex angles, ways for players to sneak their way around, and we saw it from Adora last round. This time we see it from Lida, having made her way through middle and only claiming the one. Good response from Safi to at least maintain control over this B site, but the ult is hunting her down. Going to back all the way off, and it will make it hunted straight through the spawn. The nade trying to stop them, but it won't do enough. The swing out from Nami grabs 2. Still alive on this though is Super Frog. Has the spike to play with. Has the wingman to try to plant it. Doesn't know where the second player is, and even finding the first leaves Nami with the advantage. Well-connected shot for the first round for NASR.
I like the idea there coming out from Heroic. The follow-up, using that cloud burst to deny that visibility on Thrash, guaranteeing the fact that the detain will go through, and then you just speed up to capitalize off of it. But it was a great recovery on the side of NASR and Nami, especially with that upper angle to find 3, being that difference maker here after the op goes down early. Recovered into this round here as well, and you're looking towards Safia. She's one away from that lockdown, so there is an opportunity to play retake, especially towards that A site. But when you look at that 4 stack, it's not going to be the way that they're looking to play it. They're going to set up this deep angle. So much information. Safia just gets the fallback. They're so aware though. That timing. Lida snuck through. The awareness is here though.
Yeah, Nami must have seen the back of her head just as she made it around that corner. Toka, good for 1. slowing down that push, but it's Nami that can swing this round completely. There, again, the ankle scene, just barely missing each other. Zafia good for one, and yeah, you don't expect, if you're Lida, that there's a player right behind you. Now it gets close. The poison orb in play. Ari was extremely low, tucked in this corner. Nami goes running. The ops here to back her up though, and the shot not needed. Nami hit a headshot straight onto Super Frog. It's only Ari. 30 health. The spike planted, position not known, and so she'll grab one. The lockdown comes into play on the back of it, and now a big danger. Zafia would have to just go running it in, or go for it half. Just about have time to run outside, perhaps. Yeah, the turret spotted them as well, so a little bit of info to play with. The wrap around now. You know, you got to be careful if you're Ari. You can't play too far back. This could easily just be stuck the whole way. Ari has to push forward, and it looks like Zafia suspects that. The classic out. The time low, very low in fact, but there's just about enough to pull it across the line. That classic kill, getting it done.
What a way to do it there as well. Zafia, the fact that she is just has like the instinct in the honestly, like the boldness to actually stick to half in that situation, knowing that she had enough time, made all of the difference in that round, expecting the other Killjoy to have backed off here, and now we're looking at NASR climbing their way back into these rounds. And what gets a little bit scary about this for me, Mitch, is the fact that I feel like Heroics, the first 4 rounds, there's a lot of momentum that they built up for themselves, but they struggled to actually find their footing on that first map. So now that that's been diced up a little bit, it's about finding their stride here once again. And you can see already denying that A main space with the Viper's Pit, and you've got the upper angle here with the op from Marty as well.
Big Viper's Pit. Big trap inside it. Third player being around here, he looks a little bit surprising. But that is going to change. Rotations now on their way to B. At least to fill in that mid angle for Marty and to have the quicker rotation. For Marty, it is a game of timing. You see that sneak up almost perfectly timed by Lida. It entirely depends on whether Marty looks down or not. And although she does, the shot doesn't land. And now the steps heard emerging from kitchen. That's just going to leave them finding Luxie, staring straight at her as they round the corner. Good opportunity for Toka to grab a little bit more with an isolated fight, but the shots don't land, and then the flank comes through. Sela able to find it. The spike has been dropped. Zafia desperately trying to hold on to control of it. Nami's here to help, but now Nami's all alone, and those shots are not landing on the defender's side. It's all about Heroic with a 5-round start to this map.
This is looking quite good here for Heroic. I really like the way that they were looking to swarm around green, isolate the players on NASR who are playing towards that mid side of B. Now, let's head into the next round. Curious to see what ultimate economy is like, because we were seeing a bit of a snowball on the side of NASR when it comes down to that. Let's see. Replay done, and yeah, okay. We've got the Blade Storm online. Something to really look towards. This is a very doable round with a big investment here on the side of NASR.
Blade Storm is the key. Start this off well, and it's Adora to fall, a player who's picked up so many of the kills for Heroic so far. Sela not able to grab too much. The rest of the team spamming away, but NASR have already fallen back. Marty now, though, looks to push forward. The Blades finally put to bed. Luxie, Sheriff in hand. You know, that Blade Storm had to do maybe even a little bit more, because the rest of these players on such weak weapons. He almost lost Zafia earlier on the A side.
Poking and prodding, taking out the turret, pressuring towards mid just a little bit. You know that Heroic have favored a lot of these kitchen pushes, but it will be a run over towards this A site instead. A lot of stall opportunity here, though, on the side of NASR when you're looking towards these mollies in the hands of Nami and Zafia. Also got the lockdown to play with here, too. Judge in hand, right behind the toxic screen.
Don't get a lot of toxins to work with. The close fight, only good for one. And NASR lost all their weapons with that one. Only Sheriff's left to try pick up the pieces. Look at Lida's position too. I mean, that seems to be a round winning flank. Oh, it's been spotted. And light has been dropped. Well, I'm going to stop speaking now. It appears I'm compromising the competitive integrity. Hunter's Fury goes through, and it's a kill as well. Only one left standing. The one who dropped Luxie just moments ago. It's Sile looking to take it across the line. Toka has an idea, the right idea, and it's all down to this shot. The headshot needed up close, and it's Sile to find it. Another round for Heroic by the narrowest of margins, but they are keeping this ball rolling.
They really are. It got a little bit dodgy there on the side of Heroic, coming down to just a 1v1 with that buy-up that they had. You can see the little replay of how that round played out. Just nice utility usage on the side of NASR. They did invest a couple ultimates into that round. Now we're looking towards Heroic. They do have that Thrash in hand. You managed to secure that plant. You've got the Viper's Pit to work with into the post here as well. And it's actually an early Thrash out from the defenders. NASR finding complete space up towards B main. They push out towards mid as well. Great read to know that all 5 players are going to be over towards this A main side.
Shockingly enough, Thrash went all the way through, so it's in the spawn. It's a bit more of a complex pickup. Super Frog went leaping in, found the space, and the kill's not quite on the back of it. The flash was good, but now faded. Doesn't seem to matter. Adora's picked up 2, and the rotate in from mid was being watched. Will now just be conceded, space given, as the Thrash on the other side comes hunting them down. There's one up close. That's the Viper caught. Nice kill by Nami eventually. We only saw the last bullet, don't worry. But the player detained will now get their life back. Their rifle back in the fray. And Nami 1 versus 2 again. The Viper's Pit remains. Although, can start the defuse from up top. These players will come on the rope very quickly. Half already. Snakebite is good. An opportunity. They're staying inside the pit. Not going to hunt down on the back of it. Decent angle being attempted by Super Frog down below, but then someone needs to get on this, and there it is. The swing out just in time. I will say I got a little bit worried, but it looks like they had it all under control.
A little bit worried? I was really worried. I mean, she picks a perfect angle to just deny the right side of Maze there on the rest of the defuse, but just in time there, out of the side of Super Frog. I do like the general idea of this pit, though. I always favor the one that denies that screen control, makes it really difficult to push back in on that retake, and limits you to really only one comfortable avenue as a defender. But now, NASR, again, on the back foot with that economy, consistently looking to fight a little bit more forward on these eco rounds.
Updraft was even used there just to get up top, take those fights on belt. Again, the weaker weapons, though, is ultimately what's betraying them. Not being able to win those fights with the pistols for the moment, but it looks like that's quickly changed. Judge kill elsewhere leads to an upgrade for Nami, now sitting with a Vandal in hand. And here's the pistol. Marty backing off, conceding the angle, giving the space to Heroic, but the man advantage sits firmly with the defense.
Yeah, knowing they can comfortably play this retake situation here. Adora low as well.
Not a bad shot. Not a bad shot at all. Only 1 hit, though, to the Sheriff, even to the body. And it won't land. Not this time. In fact, it's nothing but Heroic kills after the map we just witnessed. You know, a lot of the conversation comes down to winning their ones, taking those fights on the side of NASR, and just out-skilling their opponents. That certainly is not the case here.
It really isn't, and you can see the difference being that on the side of Heroics this time, they're in charge of the tempo, which is something that they didn't get the opportunity to do whatsoever on Ascent. The double duelist comp having so much impact on the speed at which and the aggressiveness at which NASR were approaching a lot of these rounds, but not having the freedom to do so here on Icebox. Adora also having quite the lights out game, 15-7 here as well. Now he's gonna fully fall off. Oh, deny that utility here as well. She's gonna stay tucked while Marty's watching the cross.
Oh, great flash. That's gotten Adora to the back of yellow, to the kill on Nami, to the Viper utility being dropped, and concern that would often be there now washed away. That was a shot that connected both of those through the wall. Someone check her PC. It makes no sense. But that's one way to start it off. Great shots. Super Frog tag for NASR. 8-2 down. If you're going to have a resurgence, it kind of comes down to now or never a little bit.
They're trying to end the half 8-4 if possible. Sealy.
This is beautiful. They shouldn't expect it at this stage. There's the kill. There, they'll give it away, but at just the right time. The round already seems to be done, halfway defused. And now Safia needing both kills to go her way. Already drawing that player out into the open. The tap hurt again, but being toyed with. Auri has won the day. Not committing to the fight, and that is all it took. The patient play to put 9 on the board.
Last round before the switch.
Every round I feel like has gotten just scrappier and scrappier at certain points. We're seeing a lot of the value difference, I think, when you're looking towards that Sova versus the KO. Celia's got 11 assists. She's pop flashing for Adora, who's just making so much space on these sites and ensuring that she's properly set up to actually take that type of control. And the Sova falling a little bit flat in comparison. He definitely has his perks as an agent versus the KO as far as just like that general information gathering, but you don't have that ability to just be nearly as poppy.
Oh my goodness. Aggressive push down middle, but 2 have already gone into the tube. This is a bit of a stalemate for mid control until the push goes all the way in. Lida actually caught, although the trade is there. Numbers stick towards NASR, now double down on Super Frog, the last one standing. The spike just now being planted. Super Frog reposition will be expected. They know.
No.
Oh, they know exactly where she is. Great Gecko flash, but the Dizzy not able to do enough. Although the Dizzy in return is ultimately what cost Super Frog her life. 9-3 at the half. Now, listen, we have seen these comebacks even today, but Heroic seemed to hit their stride in that first half. It is hard for me to imagine them losing all steam in the second.
I definitely agree with you there. The only thing that I could think of is if they don't have that opportunity to set up Adora, it really depends on their approach to the defensive side. I think we could expect a lot of success out of retake situations or just setting Adora up for some early engagements and fights to try and get an early pick on that first blood and whatnot. But when you're also looking towards, I think the Sova that I was talking about earlier for Toka, I think we might see a little bit more value coming out from it this time around. I felt like NASR didn't really have an opportunity to see or use that utility nearly as much in a lot of these fights there on defense, but now you're going to see a bit more value coming out of that drone, especially like clearing over towards B main, early over towards A as well to clear out pipes too. But time will tell.
Careful here.
We've seen the barriers go up for the pistol, and as we can see, NASR not keen to make a direct play. A lot of noise being made on A, a lot of presence shown, but it's all just to go back towards this B site and catch Lida off guard. Only good for a little bit of damage, 12 to be exact. Lida has won this battle just by falling back, grabbing the information, and allowing these rotations to come through. This is a thorn in the side for NASR, who now have to take on not just the B site with a Viper, but with 2 players backing her up. This is going to be a really tough place to even get the spike planted, but they've done well with the wall to just deny space.
That, and I think B-site becomes a little bit more manageable when you do have the wingman, because typically you're relying on like either a cove or some sort of wall coming through from the stage or something like that to guarantee the plant, but now it's fights into the post plant.
Poison's gone.
Nice shots by Marty. Yeah, hitting nothing but heads on the back of Yellow, although when she's dealt with, we need someone else to step it up. That was Safia to start with, and Nami's flanked as well. There's the diffuser dropped, and the round on the back of it secured.
Much needed round win here for NASR to start off with this pistol, deny double digits early on towards Heroic. It's all about if they can continue to keep this going. It's still got pretty scrappy with the fights that we were seeing on this site into the retake, right down to the wire. And this timing was almost not there. It's good that Nami just said, you know what, I'm ignoring the turret. It's fine. I'm just going to W key in, because that really could have just messed up the timing on that post plant. But let's see what the approach is. NASR leaning towards the B site this time around. The gamble stack from Heroic was over towards A. Oh, what?
Well,
Wait a second.
that's a shot straight down middle. Quick kill to start things off. Somehow it's the pistol taking it. And Heroic, well, it does look like they have rolled the dice on A still. They're keeping their players in position. It's not the right call from what we can see, but, well, if they could see what we could see, we'd have a problem. Looks like 4 players on the attack, though, are also stalling out. They're waiting for Heroic to make a move. They're waiting for a mistake, for a piece of information, for a flank to be attempted, the turret to catch contact, or maybe even presuming someone's gone all the way through A. But eventually you realize that hasn't happened. With 50 seconds left, it is time to move towards the site. Drop that spike on the floor. Grab those kills on the pistols. Remember, very weak weapons, so they shouldn't be able to do too much. Got to finish that sentence as the 3rd kill comes in from the pistols, and all of a sudden, Nami is left alone in an aimbot's routine. Unbelievable. This is the 2nd time now Heroic have gone into a round with very, very little, and somehow had a commanding victory.
The only, well, not the only reason, but a big reason why they were even able to win that round was because NASR ran through the snake bite that they had laid down. So you have the decay applying to your teammates, and then the frenzy finds so much more value when it shouldn't have whatsoever. Now, NASR, they're down 4-10. And they don't have a bonus to work with here up against this full loadout on the side of Heroic. It's getting dicey. We might just be going to that 3rd map.
Yeah, it is definitely starting to feel like that big play from Sealay to get those kills in the last round. And the frenzy can be difficult to take down one player, let alone spray transfer to the second, regardless of the environmental factors. And the attack left with next to nothing. I mean, a really neutered look to this squad with pistols for the most. I'm gonna stop speaking. Classic frenzy. Okay, no, all right. NASR come in. Never mind. They're good. This is the best buy I've ever seen. They've got a Bucky. They've got a classic. What else could you want? Nothing. If you're this attacking squad, it's a 4v2, and I feel like I'm losing my mind.
This is just a save situation. Well, I guess they do. They don't really actually have the money to spare.
No. I wouldn't mind seeing a save here.
I'm surprised they're actually going for it. You're up 6 rounds. It'll only be 5, but at the end of the day, the long-term economy is also so important.
It's an unusual decision, to say the least, but they go for it. An opportunity for light up, but the hero moment, not this time, unfortunately. And 10-5 we go. I gotta say, for NASR getting in there and finding success, I counted them out. I counted them out right away. I'll put my hands up and say, I did not believe. But, well, I was very silly for that. They got a kill with almost every gun. And the gun that got the most kills in that round, at least on the side of NASR, was a frenzy.
What is with the frenzies on Icebox today? Like, what is going on? Normally expect a share,
frenzy rounds.
a ghost. Not usually a frenzy on Icebox. Maybe if we're playing A, but
Calavada captain's there. It's the goddamn classic, but somehow they're coming in with a frenzy, making it look like it's a viable gun, not just a waste of 450 credits, which it is.
Stinger.
Ooh, nice
What a
shot. That was 2 bullets, a headshot through the wall and a shot to the chest, not through the wall. And with a quick and clean response, NASR right back on the board, 10-6. Outlaw play from Safia. I mean, I don't even have time to get excited about it because they're so quick at closing out this round. Oh, wow, he's gonna wish we weren't spectating that one.
It's a tough angle to have to deal with. You got 2 heads, they're bobbing and weaving. It's a bit difficult. Your chances of shooting through the floor into the corner too, not even get that full damage off. It's all good. Happens.
That's it. They are the hardest shots to hit. When someone's looking away from you, it's just impossible.
You overthink it the most, I think. You're like, oh, I could be patient here. But then you're like, you're not playing off of instinct always and whatnot. I'm speaking for us, obviously, because they're much better than us.
Shocking development. These players' instincts slightly better than ours. If you didn't know that coming in, welcome to Esports. But yeah, look, obviously the reality is for NASR, being in the position that they're in, 4 rounds down, it's back to winnable again. It's doable. And I think for Heroic, they can be happy enough that they're still sitting here with a full buy. They've got their op out, the Blade Storm to back them up if they need it. But the game is about to get real. And if NASR find that win in their sails, this could very quickly slip out of the defender's hands.
I think the one saving grace, though, is that Heroic are snowballing into their ultimates a bit faster. That's a big difference maker, but there's no way Adora actually gets Luxie while Marty's shooting her there. Surely not.
Yeah, that's the quick scope. I guess a little bit of inaccuracy. Target selection was different, whatever you want to say. Luxie's got to be mad about that. Catching strays, quite literally. But hey, puts Heroic in an okay spot. They're still able to fight him. With Nami dropped, the B flank is not going to find success. They're not going to be able to go back because the plan was to retreat from A, bring the spike to B, but that's off the menu. And now they've got to look more towards the standard entree, straight into this site through the wall. Kay's now faded. Marty's good for one fight, and Toka's there to back her up on the next. They've even spotted Lida. The gunshot's giving it away. The op shot doesn't land, but Marty is quickly there, and it's the flank from Auri. One final chance for the Heroic squad to put a nail in NASR's coffin, and I don't know what's happened. Marty somehow didn't see Auri walking up top, but it's worked out. They find the kills, they save the op, and the gap is now down to 3.
No, the timing was just insane because you're just tucked underneath pipes, and then there's just no angle when you're looking over towards Belt. But man, what a round this was. Still able to double back, and then they just speed up instead of taking their time, allowing Heroics to get a bit more comfortable, who are now on the back foot onto an eco buy. Sure, the Blade Storms are what we're going to be looking towards here. It's going to be Adora to be the playmaker, the difference maker into this round. Just due to the ability for her to be so mobile and dynamic with the Blade Storm in hand.
Poison's off.
NASR are expecting the aggression, though.
Well, that's going to put a thorn in your side for sure. Little flash through, info revealed. And that aggression, as you said, very much expected. The side of NASR, they've done well to quell that initial fight. Look at the flank protection in play for the attacking side. It's safe to say Safia could not be any further back. That is a lie. She technically could, but, you know, spawn is spawn.
That it is. I mean, wait, did Adora right-click there? I think she might just be stuck on the classic now, actually, into this retake situation.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was the right-click or a few lefts after, but it's gone.
That is unfortunate, because that was what we're really looking towards to make that difference. Plant to go down. Heroics, I mean, everybody's here at the very least, but they don't have the weaponry to challenge these long angles.
Well, at least they've managed to put Safi in a pretty uncomfortable position, but I think a part of them thought that she'd fallen back.
Whoa.
This is getting incredibly close. A flurry of frags for Heroic, and it's a 1v2. But look, time. Time 2 players took away. Utility to work with. Hunter's Fury, Shock Dart. If this first shot lands, that could all go out the window. Half.
Wait, no.
Someone
Guys?
needs to swing in.
No!
So fake! And Auri's just stuck it. I can't believe it.
Surely not. No, you have to be kicking yourselves. What? You have to be kicking yourselves. A Red Bull clutch, and she's just stuck it the entire way. No one's even jiggling. Not expecting her. They probably thought she was walking up close to get one of them. I actually can't believe it.
I'll say I've watched a lot of Valorant, and I think they did make the right call. The most likely way for you to lose that is one of you to peek and get headshot.
Yeah.
It's an unlikely shot, but if Auri hits it, that is how you lose. 99 times out of 100. That one right there is the other way you lose. That is tragic. Oh, but you just never expect them to have the gall to just stick it.
You absolutely wouldn't. such a heavy stack. I'm surprised that we're seeing such a heavy stack still towards that A site when you've got that operator pushed up so far. Usually you just have one initiator with them. But I guess there is also that opportunity to play this retake game here for Heroics, right? You've got the lockdown, you've got a null command, you also have that thrash to work with here too. Rotation finally called. But it's at that time that NASR looks to actually speed up over towards the A site. All these steps will be heard though.
NASR have looked to fight the extremities. Nice shot by Luxy. The flash was perfect. The kill on the back of it. Super Frog, the last one standing. And not even a real chance to bring Seele back into the round. Viper wall up and a lurk out of Nami. They've seen this before. Heroic are aware. What? I said no chance. I mean, Seele did get back up, but right back down. Like I said as well, though, Heroic have realized that in these rounds, Nami's going for the flanks on B. It happened a round or two ago, and the punish was there. Lida's ready again, and now in a 3v4, it's not ideal, but there is a Viper's Pit for the retake.
Marty.
It's possible, Marty. This is a sneaky little spot to be in. And just now coming to the window as well. That timing is perfect.
No!
And the shots aren't. And Lida's found a kill onto Safia. This round is back in contention. And with the Viper's Pit, it could even be favored towards Heroic at this moment. Hunter's Fury through for damage. So many players are low. If that Hunter's Fury found them, it could end right there and then. Ari does fall to it. Luxy grabs one, and the spray drops the pit. Now Super Frog all alone. Could just stick it, to be honest, but NASR are ready for it, swinging straight in on the tap.
Hey, at least they swung this time. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, they didn't think it was a fake.
No, definitely not this time. Not after it. I don't blame them. But it's the right call, too. As long as you're swinging together, you're guaranteeing that you're getting that trade. That's what matters, especially when time is running down like this, and you don't want an opportunity to take the 1v1 or for them to pull out that thrash, like in the worst case. But now Heroic, they're back onto this eco. It was a big investment round coming out from them as well. They used 3 of those ultimates. It's only going to be the thrash that's left in the tank. Meanwhile, for NASR, if things do go awry, they do still have Viper's Pit. They have the lockdown to work with. Nami has been a menace on these lurks.
Yeah, change up from that B site lurk, right? Instead going for mid. Now though, they look to isolate her on mid, but she's not isolated. There was support here this whole time. Safia ready to duel, long range, scope in hand, but now the dash comes in. The pistol is nice and close. A difficult shot for Safia. Potential op to be retrieved down to the classic.
No.
It finds one and not another. Lida has the opportunity to take a rifle, not the operator. Instead, looking to do it with the Vandal in hand. Beautiful shot on Luxy. The follow-up is not there. It is Nami to finally get her revenge at 11-9. This is indeed a close game. Not the one we were expecting. And that Heroic lead, it is now very much being challenged.
I feel so old right now. Like, my small, tiny heart can't take this. It's too fragile. These rounds are so stressful. And again, like, some of these fights just end up being so scrappy at the end of the day. The awareness so good on both ends here as well. The diligence and using that Gecko utility to clear out the operator too.
There's been some nasty plays. Headshot angle from Adora. An attempt to pull the advantage back, but Marty quickly punishes it. Hey, look, if at first you don't succeed, send a teammate to try it. That's exactly what Super Frog's up to. Same position. And to be fair, at this point, you don't really expect someone to still be there. They might even have seen it there. And either way, you'll be pushed back by the lockdown.
Still trying to play a little bit forward. Super Frog, gonna miss out on the timing. Will probably get detained here. Yep. Stuck towards screens.
I like the ideas. They're defending her. Making sure that she won't fall on the back of that detained, but damage is being done nonetheless. Seele down to 45. 23 on Super Frog, ult used, searching for the Viper inside, won't find her.
Oh no.
Down. Oh no! The snake bite from Lida! Seele, I said she was tagged low, and you can see just how low she drops in. A disaster, but I don't think it would have had much impact even if she did manage to land her feet on solid ground. 11-10. A 1-round gap from 9-3 at the half. This has gone
One enemy remaining.
downhill quite quickly.
A timeout. I feel like this timeout's coming out so late. I'm gonna be honest. I expected
Yeah.
this like 3-4 rounds ago. Because now it's caught so close. You're continuously on this back and forth. You look towards NASR though. Their economy, they're essentially set for the remainder of this match, even if they go all the way to OT and whatnot. And that's really daunting. It's scary. You might not even have the time, the chance to even scale up to some of these ultimates that we see starting to slowly come back online here on the side of Heroic Valkyries, namely being the lockdown that I would be looking towards for that. And I think it's tough. NASR have really just found their groove here on the attacking side. They're doing really well with a lot of that disruption, especially Nami on those lurks, just playing the ability to thread the needle in a lot of these situations.
And even in the rounds where she isn't there, you're constantly having to think about it. I mean, you saw the success of that for Lyda, being aware of those flanks and being able to catch Nami a few times, but the problem is you have to commit your resources to it every single time, or you'll lose a round because of it eventually. And it's also one other thing that vibe of a timeout, very different at 11 to 10. Now these timeouts feel like a holy shit, we need to win this. We need to fix this now. Whereas if you do it 5 rounds ago, it's like, okay guys, what little adjustments do we need to make? We're, it's getting out of hand a little bit. And I think those are the ones we've seen today.
Yeah.
We see most teams go for. And I feel like maybe Heroic just thought any moment now we're about to take it across the line. Speaks to your belief in your playbook. I'll say that.
I think it's a really good shout because you have to keep in mind, again, elimination match, NASR up 1 in this best of 3, and you started out with such a strong first half, expecting to take it to a third map. Now it's a bit up in the air. NASR just walk through.
But they have the contact play, and it works out. Up against the pistols, the only thing you need to worry about is, can somebody trade me? And can they take my rifle if I go down? Nade is good. Decent damage on the back of it. And with pistols like this, putting someone down to 60, well, 50 would be better, but 60 something.
I like how nearly everyone's fallen off, and then you have this wrap back around here from Nami on the flank.
You just heard the alarm ball get put down. Turret's out of range. Nami's got this. It's going to take a while. They just need to delay on the site, and well, Nami sat there still calling. Guys, 3 seconds. I'm on flank. I'm there. I'm here. Round's over. All done. All done and dusted.
And Alethea flawless at that here as well for NASR to tie things all the way off the back of the timeout. But that's not where we're expecting to see the adjustment, obviously, out of Heroic Valkyries. It's going to be this next round, the bye, that we expect to see the adaptation coming in here from Heroic. We've seen different looks from them. I feel like this is the first time that we're seeing, I guess, there was one other round earlier, but a full swap with Adora actually towards this B site. Typically been her paired with Super Frog consistently over at A.
See if it can have any impact. No operator to work with, but it almost helps with the Viper wall that's in play. NASR, on the other hand, do have an op. I presume it will be trained in on this corner. The very same one that we can see Adora thinking about peeking. They need information eventually. Look at that red line. That's an operator staring it down. Nice flash. Swings on the back. Do not work out. Adora now put under pressure as they now start to surround her completely. Some support from downtown in the form of Auri, but caught out by utility. The Thrash was hunting her down. The updraft was used, and that was an easy kill for the players emerging around the corner. 50 seconds on the clock. Spike still to work with for NASR. Op still in play. Damaged, but still here, ready for a fight. Heroic had a player up top. They've now been sent back with the reveal, although filling back in quickly. Now you start to worry. Have these players gone back? Have they gone to A? Is this wall now just a ruse? But no, the steps are heard. The spike plant is heard as well. The push in from Lyda, good for one, and they're spamming down below, not knowing where the plant was coming in. Eventually it's destroyed, but that's Nami with a 3rd kill in the round, and Seele left to do it all. 2 players, one of which extremely low, but with an op. Finally, the moment to strike for Safia. This was a 9-3 scoreline. I even joked. I said we've seen it today. but I do not expect to see them lose control of this momentum. And, well, exactly that has happened. The wind is truly in NASR's sails.
And this team, I feel like they're just so good with, I mean, we saw them with a hot start on the first map, but even just the slow adaptation into getting comfortable on the attack, able to just control that pacing much more. I think, too, we also have seen very consistently that op in the hands of Safia on this attacking side where she's constantly looking for these flanks, and Heroics have often walked into her. She's just waiting diligently alongside her utility to kind of give her that green light.
Oh, nasty push with the poison orb. 4 players running it through. 1 left to watch the back. Shot landed by Safia on the other side. They think it's a play through mid, so we'll go and push main. But no, that was all part of the plan. The ruse from NASR. They've lured these players to their death. And now Sile is the last one standing again. A 1v4 with much more weight than what we've seen in the past. This is not just a normal series. This is elimination on the line. And all 4 kills need to be found. An OT needs to be found. And then a map 3 on the back of it. A heroic attempt, but not one that will find any weight. NASR win this series 2-0 with a remarkable comeback.
10 rounds that they were able to find onto this second half when you consider the fact that, again, it was 9-3 in the hands of Heroic. And it's insane the way that they were just able to pivot that tempo, take full control of it. But I also think that as it started to go on, Mitch, we started to get into the late portion of that second half. You could kind of see Heroic Valkyrie scrambling a little bit more hero plays coming in, especially in that last round there. It just looked a little bit disjointed. Some of those frustrations really showing.
Well, we started out on the first map by talking about double duelists, and I have to say, we didn't see a lot of the double in the first couple rounds, but in this series, as it went on, you most certainly did. What a remarkable play from Marty here today. Sophia as well, gorgeous. And I think that the reality is, NASR did show that they've got some crazy depth. They are a strong team, one that you need to be scared of, but at the same time, great resurgence from Heroic. Got to applaud them, but you also got to say goodbye to them. We also got to say hello to some folks. Bring them in up top. Hello, Yinsu. How you doing?
Hello, mate. Thanks for that, Mitch. Thanks for that as well, Ash. What a day we've had here. I've got Pilski and Sam with me. It's the day of comebacks. It feels like both series, Pilski, it came down to a beautiful comeback.
Yeah, I think that Heroic, though, can hang their heads high, although it is disappointing to give up a massive lead like that and, you know, kind of throw the game away in one way or another, although there were a lot of rounds. They played one hell of a first half. Like, honestly, to kind of get slapped around one-sidedly on Ascent and then come onto a map that you got 13-0'd on and look like you are literally unbeatable on the attacking side of Icebox. At least we got to see them kind of in their element, and we got to see the potential of the team. They looked really, really sharp on the attacking side, and hopefully that they can kind of replicate that more consistently heading into stage 3, and they could be a pretty dangerous team.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed. I thought that they would have a much stronger defensive side just because of the overwhelming amount of stall utility that they had available to them. But, you know, when the NASR ladies get with it, when they accelerate, when they activate, they're really difficult to slow down. So it was a really, really tough one no matter how you look at it. And as Pilski says, I think Heroic can be pretty proud of the... you know, how far they've managed to come in this stage, and hopefully we'll see them again harder, better, stronger, faster in the next one.
I mean, yeah, before we do that, let's take a look at this defuse, which was insane. It's been a long time since I think we've seen something like this, and you gotta wonder, if they had just won this defuse, Pilski, maybe the match would have ended a lot earlier.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, look, let's be real. Heroic, they got an insane run on this map. Like, they definitely had their chances. They won the bonus, and they rode that bonus win in the first half to a very strong economy, despite a lot of rounds getting close, despite losing a lot of guns. They were still able to buy through the whole of the first half, which is why they had such a good run there. And then even after losing Pistol's second half, they won the eco round, and if they'd been able to convert the anti-eco, they would have had again another insane economy. So it's not like they didn't have their chances. Adora was really fired up on the jet. They got that ninja defuse. they had everything they needed to win that Icebox game, and they just couldn't make it happen. So unfortunate. Plenty of moments in there where maybe they could have done something better. But look, at the end of the day, hopefully they can use that to improve. The core of their team has played a couple stages now, and at the if you're not coming in the top 3 and accruing all of those points, which is kind of the position that this team's in, then they probably need to get good enough by next stage to win the whole thing to go to champs. So we'll see if they can take the learnings from this stage.
I think that there was definitely an element of fluster that came towards the end of that map. You could see it really felt like communication maybe wasn't where it needed to be. Prime example of that is Silla jumping into the Viper's pit and dying to Nami's molly. And it's these like tiny little things that compound on top of one another that can cause a team to just kind of crumble and fall apart. So yes, they had this amazing beginning run, and it was actually right after that round they took the timeout as well. And I can only imagine the coach was like, guys, like, calm down. You're getting a little out of hand. You're not talking, or you're not communicating effectively. You've got to like rein it in. I can only imagine that's what was happening, because it really did start to look a little bit messy towards the end there. So players with some great potential, with really high ceilings, we've seen so much from them. It's a little bit of extra work to get them over the finish line next time.
This is the thing though, how scary is this bracket shaping out to be? Because we had 2 elimination matches already. The lower bracket is going to keep going, and by the time we come back to this lower bracket, we're going to see teams such as KC, BBL, G2 as well, Sam, potentially falling down to that lowers.
G2, don't know.
You never know.
Possible.
You never know.
It is certainly possible. G2, they have in group stages been known to do a little bit of trolling. They've never missed the playoffs though, even if they do lose a few series along the way. And we have seen them do that lower bracket run in the past. So there is that chance it'll happen. But I've said it before, this is the best iteration of G2 we've ever seen. KC, I think, have really rounded out their roster beautifully, bringing Roxy on just to complement the players that they already had. Giant has been looking exceptional since the last stage already. Smurfette has gone absolutely nuclear in so many of these series, and Pilsky mentioned it at the start of the show, but BBL, they kind of bombed out in the last stage. Now they've already won their first match in the playoff bracket, looking to potentially make that run. We've got some very, very strong teams in the upper bracket right now.
Yeah, this feels like the most stacked like EMEA has been since I've been doing it, at least. Like, it's kind of crazy that the quote-unquote weakest team in this bracket, and there's 6 teams, is NASR, and then there's 5 teams that, to be honest, like, if any of these teams won the whole thing, I wouldn't be like that surprised. Like, you could make an argument for it. Like, it's just 5 really quality teams with some great players.
I'm gonna put you on the spot though real quick, Pilsky. Who do you think is actually gonna win looking at this bracket?
I kind of like Giant X at the moment, but I would say G2 or Giant X. That would be my guess.
And Sam?
Yeah, G2. Like, okay, let me just... My girl, Smurfette's my girl. Love her to death. But G2, this is the best roster. There is not a single piece that I would change, that I feel, maybe one piece, that I feel would make this roster better. But you have, at minimum, 4 of the single best players in any role in the entire region. I don't see them losing this stage.
Oh, damn. Okay. I'm slightly leaning towards with Pilsky. I feel like just because how stacked it is, anything can happen. I think BBL are also due for one too. You know, I feel like they could take it. Although if KC did, that would be kind of hype. Considering their journey, yeah, so far this year. But before, I believe we do have an interview coming in soon. Before we get to there, let's talk about contenders, because sign-ups are opening now. Make sure you guys do sign up. As we've seen, lots and lots of teams have come through contenders. They've done super well. They've managed to make a run. Foot, Falcons here. We're seeing even KC going through contenders and coming back into this. There's many examples of this. So yeah, definitely encourage you guys to go sign up. And Sam, I think, honestly, if I could play, I would. I don't know about you.
Yeah, honestly, if I could play the game, I would definitely be playing the game. Unfortunately, I can't play the game, and so instead, I yell about the game and I tell other people how to play the game as if I could. But yeah, guys, please definitely go sign up. Registrations are currently open, and we say this every single season of Contenders, but a Contenders team has almost without fail made it to playoffs every single season that they've won or come through Contenders. It is an outrageous statistic to think about the fact that the grassroots scene is elevating up to the main stage so frequently. So what I'm saying is, you're in with a shot. Get your friends together, make it happen, and if you manage to get to the main stage, you could just win the whole damn thing.
I mean, we even seen Odd One Out, I think, was, even though they have a core of players who have some experience, I think they lost in the first round of Contenders to Mad Lions, went all the way back to through the lower bracket, ran the gauntlet, and then they're beating G2 in groups and taking a map off KC. Like, you know, that pretty much says it all. Just get in there, give it a crack. Why not? You know, that's what this is all about, the grassroots opportunities, and you know, just giving more people the opportunity to compete and, you know, enjoy the thrill that is competition.
Yeah, of course, Premier too. I know G2, they also played through Premier. I've seen in North America, I think Shopify did that as well. There's plenty of opportunities, as you both summed up beautifully. There's definitely, you never know who could win this. Probably G2, but outside of that, Pilski, you never know.
Yeah, 100%. And look, I think, you know, Premier's a great initiative. It's great to see, you know, players come in through ranked and then be able to play open qualifiers and things like that. Like, it's something that I absolutely love about Valorant. There's just a great kind of runway and trajectory that an individual player can go on to actually, you know, go and get involved in the competitive scene, whereas in other esports they might be a little bit more separated and a little bit further removed from the ranked experience and things like that.
Yeah, and I just love, like, we haven't really touched on it so much in this broadcast, but the Game Changers initiative as a whole is such an important thing for the overall ecosystem and health of Valorant as a game. We're, you know, supporting women, and we're supporting their journeys and their ability to also one day compete at the highest echelons. There are already players, I believe, who could very easily plug and play into some pretty damn good teams, Fluorescent and Mary, just to name a few. So, you know what, if you guys are interested in becoming a part of the ecosystem, or if you just want to meet some really, really chill, cool people that love the game and just want to hang out and have some fun, then yeah, come sign up and see what you're made of.
Yeah, can confirm, Fluorescent, coolest player I've ever met, at least. But that's it for us for now. Let me tell you guys what we got in for you for tomorrow. If you want to come back and tune in, we have two huge games, G2 versus KC, followed by Giant X versus BBL Queens. And Mitchman, I believe, will be hosting. So if that's not a reason to tune in, I don't know what is. But thank you very much to you, Pilski, and thank you much to you as very much even to you, Sam, as well. Congratulations to the teams that made it through once again today. We'll be back with some bangers tomorrow. Have a lovely rest, you guys at home, and we'll see you then.
Be delicate, gentle, precise. Calm down. Why are you trying so hard? Isn't this too much for you? Aren't you scared? Don't play, don't compete, stop complaining. Whatever you do, it'll never be enough. Greatness comes from within. Just wait and see.